What's up, my pilots? Angryponcho here. Welcome to Let's Play Riven. I'm really excited about this. The reason that I went back and replayed Myst was because I wanted to replay Riven, and I felt like I'm one of those people who wants to replay a series up to a point that I want to see. Like if I was going to play Mass Effect 2 again, I'd play Mass Effect again first. And I just love the continuity of it, and the story of this game is something that I've dug into more on this playthrough than on any previous one. In fact, if you follow me on Discord, you'd already be aware that I actually went so far as to read one of the novelizations that comes with Myst, or rather that I think in the Masterpiece Edition there were some versions that came bundled with it, but it's sold separately. There's three books, and I only read one because the other two are less connected to the games. The one I read is the Book of Atrus, and basically it's the story of Atrus's life. If you haven't seen my Myst video, there's a link in the description. You should definitely watch that one first because, it introduces a lot of the characters. Well, two of them, I guess. But there's only three, so that's a lot. Atrus being kind of the non-player protagonist of the series. The Book of Atrus tells his story from basically birth up until Myst, the first game, or near to it. So I actually feel like the backstory from this book adds so much to my enjoyment of Riven, and hopefully your enjoyment of this video, that I put together a little presentation. It's about 5 minutes long, and it's essentially a book report on the Book of Atrus. So I hope you'll sit through it. If not, there are chapters in the video you can skip ahead. But if you do decide to watch, please enjoy. The circumstances of Atrus's birth were tragic. His grandmother, Anna, was a human woman who lived in the Cleft, a large crack in the ground of one of the deserts on Earth. Her son, Gehn, Atrus's father, was a man of only 19 years of age when he returned from his travels with his very ill and very pregnant wife, Kita. Anna did all she could for Kita, but was unable to save her life. Kita died giving birth to Atrus. Gehn was broken. He buried his wife in a shallow grave at the bottom of the cleft, and abandoned his son to his mother's care, not even deigning to give the boy a name. Anna called the boy Atrus, after his grandfather. Anna raised Atrus in the cleft, teaching him everything she could. She instructed him in art, biology, mathematics, and physics. Atrus even learned of the danger of hubris and the nature of death when his attempts to create a chemical fertilizer inadvertently poisoned his childhood pet. Most importantly, Anna taught him to consider the whole, a philosophical notion of complete understanding of a thing. By the time he was 14, Atrus was wise beyond his years. It was at that time his father returned for him. Refusing to take no for an answer, Gehn commanded Atrus to leave the cleft and journey with him deep into the earth to an ancient dunny city. Atrus said his tearful goodbyes to Anna and followed his father down into the darkness. Deep underground, in a cavern lit by bioluminescent plankton, Gehn and Atrus lived in a house on the Isle of Kavir on a lake which surrounded the ancient dunny city. They made frequent trips into the city to recover the materials needed for the dunny art of writing ages. The secrets for creating both the books and the special inks required for writing had been lost in the fall of the dunny civilization some 30 years past. Eventually, Gehn taught Atrus the art of writing ages, although it became clear to Atrus that his father was a flawed practitioner of the art. He would create his writings by copying words and phrases from existing books, and thus his work was always fragmented, and the worlds he described were by their nature unstable. When Atrus began to write his own ages, he created from his own ideas, not by copying the works of the old dunny masters. One of Gehn's ages, which he never named, only numbered, the 37th age, was inhabited. There Atrus witnessed how Gehn lorded over the inhabitants of his worlds like a god, ruling them with an iron fist. Eventually, Atrus saw this age deteriorate and die under his father's thumb, revealing to him at last the true depths of madness and evil within Gehn. When Atrus rebelled against his father, Gehn destroyed the books Atrus had written and locked him away in a prison on Kavir. All Atrus had in his room was the Riven descriptive book and a linking book from Riven back to his prison on Kavir. Atrus read the Riven book, noting all the flaws in his father's work. With no other choice, he linked to Riven. There, he met Catherine, who was a native of the Fifth Age, and a member of a guild Gehn had created there. You see, even before reclaiming his son, Gehn had sought to teach others the basic principles of the art. Catherine showed Atrus where to find the linking book to Gehn's study on Kavir, where they secured books and ink for writing ages of their own. Together, Atrus and Catherine plotted to trap Gehn on the Age of Riven. Secretly, they moved all linking books on Riven to the Isle of Mist, an age which Catherine claimed to have written herself. They managed to lure Gehn back to Riven, stole his return linking book, and destroyed it. Atrus had tried to fix his father's work by writing patches into the Riven descriptive book in an attempt to save its inhabitants. Those changes briefly destabilized the age, resulting in an earth-shaking battle between Gehn and his son. Catherine used the last linking book on Riven to flee to Mist, as a crack in the age itself appeared, below which only a vast star field was visible. Finally, Atrus held the Mist book out over the fissure and linked away, sending the Mist book tumbling into the starry void. With Gehn thus trapped on Riven, Atrus and Catherine were free. They lived for another 33 years on Mist, writing together numerous ages and producing 2 sons, Cirrus and Akinar. Eventually, the Mist book fell at the feet of the stranger, setting into motion the events of the first game. Welcome back. If you skipped the last 5 minutes, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. I know I said there were chapters, but honestly, you are doing yourself a disservice not knowing the backstory for this world, because it is a very interesting and surprisingly complete magic system. So, and everyone loves a good magic system. So, the summary of that book stops when the Mist book is falling into the star fissure. But it actually takes about 33 years for the book to finally land at the feet of the stranger and for the events of the first game to occur. So there's a bit of a time jump between that book and the games. What really matters is that we haven't seen in the previous game is that at some point before, the brothers were trapped in their prison books and Atrus was trapped on Kavir. For the second time, actually, it's kind of ironic. The cell that he's trapped in on Kavir is the same one he was trapped in when Gehn first kicked him out of his favor. But now he's been imprisoned there by his sons instead of by his father. It's sort of poetic, you know. It's like poetry, they rhyme. The only big thing that happened off screen is the sons, and I'm not sure how exactly, the sons somehow tricked Catherine into linking to Riven. And that sucks, because right now that's Gehn's prison. There's no links out of Riven there, and he's been there in captivity for 30 years, 30 some odd years. So maybe he's reformed, maybe he's just more pissed off. Let's start the game off and see.
a great deal of history that you should know. But I'm afraid that I must continue my writing. Here. Most of what you'll need to know is in there. Keep it well hidden. For reasons you'll discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny. But it's actually a one-man prison. You'll need it, I'm afraid, to capture Gehn. Once you've found Catherine, signal me, and I'll come with a linking book to bring us back. There's also a chance, if this all goes well, that I might be able to get you back to the place that you came from.
Oh, what the fuck? Seriously? This is how the game starts? We're trapped in a cell. Trapped in a cell with no mouse cursor.
Yo? Feriaje. Kataware po. Modugo po me po. Tagema. Rekoa. Tagema. Su rekoa. Misirapo. Misirapo. Mutika boku wa nai. Misirapo. Mutika boku wa nai. Boku wa nai. Misirapo. Boku wa nai. Boku wa nai. Boku wa nai. Boku wa nai.
You okay, dude? Jeez, it's like somebody shot him with a dart gun. He just passed the fuck out. And you just hear a distant splash. Like, oh shit. Probably can't swim that well while he's unconscious. Oh, you look somehow even less friendly. I love stock sound effects. There's one that comes up later in this game that's on my top list of most recognized sound effects. The fact that it's been appearing in things since video games in the 90s is kind of a treat. Well, whoever it was, they're gone. Here we are. Oh, hello. Interesting. Here we are in a golden dome on Riven. So before we start exploring everywhere, I'm going to go ahead and read Atrus's journal, because I feel like it will probably fill in some of the gaps between the book summary earlier and the events that have transpired just before this game. So let's go through that. I guess we had this book cheeked or something because that guy who just took our prison book, our trap for Gehn, didn't notice that we had this one. They held for more than 30 years, but the corrections I made to Riven have finally failed. The island has resumed the familiar pattern of decay that is the hallmark of my father's work. I must now race to implement this new patch before it's too late. I only hope that my revised theories are sound. Revisions to Riven completed. There are still a number of minor adjustments which need to be made, but the basic corrections have been entered and should be working. Something's not right. I've been monitoring the instruments for several hours now, but thus far I've observed no change. It's possible that I've made an error, though I've checked my entry against my prenotation and can find no discrepancy. I've not had a rest in nearly 3 days, so it may be that I'm just not seeing it. If the fault is with my foundational assumptions, however, perhaps after a short rest I will see something. Success! It appears that my repairs have been effective after all. The gateway image has become noticeably clearer, and although it is impossible to know this with absolute certainty, the island seems to have quieted itself. Just a few more weeks of work, and I should be free, at last, to go there myself and attempt to bring Catherine back. The past 8 months have left me little time to think, to devise a strategy for getting her out of there. I've received no sign from her in all that time. I'm afraid that... No, I must assume that she is all right, lest my fears undermine my efforts to bring her back. I did not create the Age of Riven. Unlike my father, I never presumed to have such power, and yet the future of all those who live there has fallen into my hands. So far I have managed to read the page before it turns. The island continues to appear stable, and I would like to believe that I have saved a dying world. But the theories of one individual cannot support the lives of real people indefinitely. I must get everyone off of Riven soon as possible. The problem now is Gehn. I'll never be able to rescue Catherine and relocate the islanders if he's still the man he once was. I haven't seen him in over 30 years, but his history forces me to assume that he is still a threat. His myopic mission to restore the Dunny civilization has left too many innocent cultures dying in its wake, and would continue to do so were he to once again be free of the confines of Riven, or the Fifth Age, as he so coldly titled it. The universe has been safe from his corruptive influence for the last 33 years, because no one has been able to leave that age, the last linking book out of Riven having been lost in the Starfisher upon my return to Mist. That was my intention, to maroon my father on Riven by removing all the existing links to other worlds, and since the art of constructing books had long since been lost with the fall of the Dunny, he would be trapped there for the remainder of his lifetime, and effectively segregated from the countless other worlds he would have invaded. In effect, that is what we achieved. But the way it fell, however, was no one's ideal. Though the sting of the incident has gradually faded from my memory, the deep pain of the responsibility for what actually came to be has never left me. At the time it seemed so clear. Gehn's destructive path could not be allowed to continue. But it was never my choice that the innocent inhabitants of Riven, who had already suffered so much, would be the ones to pay for it. Enough. To dwell on the past is to die in the present. The situation is not the same as it was then. The knowledge I've acquired in the years since that time has yet to be applied to this problem. I think I have the solution. Why it did not occur to me sooner I do not know, unless the idea of it had been pushed out of my head with the thought of my sons. A prison book. Many years ago, during a hunting expedition through the ruins of Dunny, I chanced upon a formula for a most unusual type of book. Unfortunately, due to the fact that my father was then in the habit of confiscating my discoveries, I was forced to leave it behind. Years later, however, as part of my efforts to protect the vulnerable worlds linked to in the books in my library, I was pleased to find that I could still recall most of the formula, and with a little experimentation quickly succeeded in creating one of these devices myself. The procedure is actually quite simple. By altering key lines of text, but ever so slightly, a normal linking book's connection can be partially severed, such that anyone who attempts to use the book will be permanently trapped in the dark void of the link. That is, unless someone else then uses the book, at which point that person would become trapped, and the first person would be displaced back into the world. The technique can be applied to books that have already been written, changes to the original text being so slight that anyone who is unfamiliar with the code will be unable to detect them. If indeed my father has not changed, what better bait could there be than a book that appeared to be a link back here to Dunny? Trouble. My nightly analysis of the island's condition has revealed that the tremors have begun again. The pattern, however, is new. The disturbances are the results of the changes I have made. This did not, at first, concern me. However, tremors of this type were one of the possible side effects that I had anticipated during this initial phase of the island's readjustment. Still, in order to verify my assumptions, I decided to calculate again, incorporating the new data. The results were not what I expected. The damage to the understructure is more extensive than I'd realized. I can no longer go to Riven as planned. Catherine, forgive me. I must act while I still have the time. The signs are barely visible, but there's no question that the island's deterioration is accelerating. Total collapse is imminent, unless I can keep ahead, and that is becoming increasingly difficult to do. With every passing moment, I gain a clearer picture of the incredible chaos that my father's economy of words has yielded. But it is a dismaying process. The complexity of the problem is overwhelming. There is no end to this. The last few days have all but convinced me that the collapse of Riven is inevitable, and that, at best, I can strive only to delay it now, and hope that at some point the island will become stable enough to risk a rescue attempt. I think I've come up with a way to subdue the tremors. It will require my exclusive attention for at least a month or two, so it may be necessary to discontinue these journal entries for a while. Something truly miraculous has happened. Beyond all conceivable probability, someone has finally found my lost, missed linking book, and has freed me from this prison. I immediately realized that this could be the solution to my dilemma, and I believe my mysterious benefactor is willing to assist me. I'm still not sure it can work. The logistics of such a scheme are formidable, but the mere fact that it may now be possible for me to continue my repairs to Riven, and yet also proceed with my original intent to find and rescue Catherine, has given me renewed hope. The last few days have left me little time to work out the remaining problems with sending someone else to Riven. It did occur to me, however, that if a way could be found to signal me once Gehn had been captured, it would no longer be necessary to take a real linking book to Riven and risk the possibility of inadvertently releasing Gehn. The deteriorated state of the gateway image makes the use of a visual signal impossible, but the picture remains a reliable indicator of Riven's condition nonetheless. By measuring and interpreting variations in the noise patterns, I am still able to observe basic changes that occur in the age, even though I cannot see them. The problem is that my instruments can only detect changes that occur on a fundamental level, and it seems unlikely that an individual could affect such an elementary change from within an age. The idea may be foolish. Still, there is a known weakness that may be worth investigating, an anomaly that appears as a rift between two separate systems, the star fissure. But how, or even if, this fact can be exploited, I cannot say. Sending someone to Riven also means that once I received the signal that they were ready to return, I would have to leave my writing in order to take a real linking book there myself. However, provided my father was safely out of the way, this should take very little time. After that, assuming the island does not incur much damage in my absence, it should then be a relatively simple matter to hold it together long enough for Catherine to return to Riven and evacuate the remaining islanders. Predetermining a signal without knowing the topography of the island may prove to be impossible, but I'm afraid there can only be one answer to the question of whether or not I should send my friend to Riven with a way out. The potential for failure will be greatly diminished if the prison book is all that is taken there. I'm sure my father is expecting me to bring a linking book to Riven. May he not be disappointed. Thus concludes Atrus's journal. Alright, so it appears we have a few goals. We need to rescue Catherine, capture Gehn, and then signal Atrus. As far as our overall work, that's fairly straightforward. Let me shrink my brush size down a little so I can write in slightly finer lines. All right, well, I say it's about time we get started actually playing the game, huh? So it looks like there's like a linking prison. I can only imagine after 33 years here, Gehn had time to consider what might happen if someone else finally decided to follow him. And there's a nice little cage here for whoever decides to appear. Look at this. Lever doesn't work. And there's a tiny dagger jammed into the thing that looks just like this giant stone dagger over here. And the ground here is metal plates. It's like a bridge between these two parts of the island. What in the world have we got here? Well, we got levers. It sounds like it's leaking gas. That sounds like when you flick your finger over the end of like a Christmas wrapping paper tube. Blunk. There's a viewfinder here, or some kind of scope, like a telescope or something. Whoa! All right, there's a huge golden dome up there. Neat. This thing also. There may be another hole at the bottom. Yeah, it looks like it funnels down to a hatch. All right. Well, there's a 5-digit combination needed here apparently because there's 5 buttons on this. All right, let's look at it from a little farther away. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's nothing going out the top, so I can only imagine that the peephole looks out the bottom through this hatch. Maybe he's doing some kind of experiment down here. Oh, and we can walk past it and look down over the cliff. Not sure there's anything to be gained here, but it is interesting. There are actually numerous places in this game where Easter eggs have been hidden. Mostly low-res versions of... low-res... what would you call it? Well, just pictures. Pictures of the developers' kids or something. Look at this. There's like a... What would you call that? It's like a cable car or a trolley or a roller coaster or something over here. Oh, hello. Oh, hello! It's Cho! Hi, Cho. I don't know if this guy has a real name, but the community calls him Cho because it's the first thing he says is, Cho! And then he proceeds to repeat something to you, which apparently we can only guess means, give me the book. I don't know what language he's speaking in, but I have to guess it's Dunny. Because it wasn't English. And it sounded like he wasn't speaking his native tongue because he was trying so hard to remember everything. So I don't think it was Rivenese either. Well, we got stairs up to the top here, and what looks like 4-way intersection. Hello. So there's a bridge to another, I guess like another small island. Path down to somewhere, and this. Okay. Look at this place. There's writing on the walls. Now, interestingly, this is actually the Dunny script. At some point, they decided like what this would actually look like, and in this, for this example, it is actually something near to a font. In fact, in the 4th game, Revelations, you actually have to solve a puzzle by learning how to spell some words in Dunny. So I don't think it's unfair for us to try and translate this as best we can. But we're gonna, there's like a hole right here. That's weird. I can't look through it though. We're gonna have to cheat a little bit by pulling up a reference from game 4. So let me grab that. Okay, I have now added an image of the Dunny language here. I'm also going to open it up on my other screen so I can see it a little better. And let's see if we can't, you know, let's translate a word or two, and then I'll give you the description for the answer for the whole thing. So as you can see, the language is kind of just a font, but there's some combined letters that are different, like the double O, double E, TH with a capital and with a lower, which I believe is the distinction between the rough, I used to know the names. There's like a fricular TH and then a velicular dental or something TH. Basically, one makes a hissing sound and one makes a humming sound. So like toothbrush would have the, I believe, the fricative. It's like the rough hissing sound in tooth. But then you also have TH as in the word smooth, which just sort of makes a hum, not a scratch. I believe that those two THs in the upper right are differentiating those two sounds. All right, let's try and translate some letters. So there's a short word here. It's kind of hard to read though. Let's see, which one is like the clearest? Maybe this one? So it looks like we have an angular underbit and a part sticking up. That looks like one of these. It looks like an I? No, it's an L. It's the L in the lower right. The next symbol sort of has that lower piece that's flat. You can see that there's a few different ways that the bottoms of the letters look. They either have a flat base that hooks up at the end, or they have a curved bottom, or they have a jagged, humped bottom. And this is a flat. It also has a line to the left with no accent. So that's, I think that's an AH on the left page there. Okay, so we got L. I'm going to write this down. L-A-H, and then this third letter has the upward rising base and a hook on the top. That looks like a V. Doesn't it look like the very first letter on the left page, a V? I think it does. Okay. Next, flat base with the same hook on the front. I think that's the same as the second letter, so that's another AH. And no, I would not expect anybody playing the game to actually do this, but it is interesting that we have the ability now, looking back, to do this, so I'm going to do it. And then this was a little hard to read, because it's hard to see what is script and what is wall texture. I believe, oh, they're different. Each wall has something different written on it. It looks like that could be the W. Don't know. And then there's a little downward mark with a rising base here. I think that's a letter, not just an aberration in the wall. It could be a T. This one here could be a T. Well, if that's right, then this word is Lavat. What the fuck's Lavat? All right, I'm gonna look up what this actually says and see how close I got, and I'll tell you what the translation is. Okay, so I've looked this up and it's not very satisfying. Actually, the word is not in English, it's in Dunny. So even after you translate the script, it still looks like gibberish. But I will say I got a couple letters wrong. That first letter is not an L, it's an N, which as you can see looks very similar in the Dunny script. They're both on the bottom right of that right page. And then the W towards the end is apparently, I'm just not able to read it properly because it's like the stone there is a little crappy. That's supposed to be an O. And I kind of see like the right half of an O, but not really. So in the end, this becomes the word Navaot, which I wrote so small it's impossible to read. Anyway, which means master. And I won't read the rest of these or tell you what the rest of it says, just because it's kind of, you're not really meant to. I just thought it's interesting that you can actually translate this, and it does have a meaning somewhere, somehow. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass to read, and when it shows up as part of a puzzle in the fourth game, it's super annoying. Just put that away. All right, let's get back to actually exploring, shall we? Hello. Little scarabs. Well, big scarabs. Oh, they're like little viewfinders. Interesting. So we have a building with pipes, some kind of powerful hand with a symbol, what looks like a wood chipper, lots of cut down trees, a volcano, people praying, and a book. Okay. Interesting. Let's check the next one. Ah. Now this one you might be able to guess what's meant to be depicted here. We have a wise old man with a halo around his head. Not Jesus, but some other godlike figure. And here he is writing in a book. And from the tip of his pen springs infinite possibilities of plants and animals and places. Very exciting. 3 guesses who that's supposed to be. I think we just looked at this one. It's hard because sometimes when you back up, you don't end up in the same screen. And here we have, again, man rising into the sky, framed by a book, being worshipped, I believe, by the people. There's a village back here, and it looks like maybe he's like splitting the earth in two. There's like people on both sides of this. They're kind of like he's like over the water, day and night. Clearly this guy is the subject of worship. Gehn. Ah, you might recognize this one from the intro story. So, this, of course, depicts Gehn defeating Atrus. Here he is, throwing him and his linking book into the Starfisher. And you can see here the lengths that this battle went to, with raging seas and fires, and I don't know if this is meant to be a comet or what. But it's interesting, to say the least. Not quite how the story went in my version. And here we have, I'm guessing Gehn at the top, 5 people beneath him, and beneath each of them, things are happening. This looks like a tree is giving pieces of paper. This guy has notes and one of those measurement compasses that you use on maps. And he's drawing Tetris. It's the most important job right here. This looks like miners or perhaps craftsmen. They have daggers and they're being directed by this guy to do something. This looks like teachers. This looks like a teacher with written notes and he's giving it to kids, it looks like. They look smaller. And then here we have... Oh, this might be craftsman. He's like got a blueprint here and this guy's building. Alright. So clearly, a lot of interesting stuff going on here. The background lore for this that you don't really get just from the games. Was that 5? I think that was 5. Yeah. The background that's not immediately apparent, although you could probably puzzle it out for yourself, is that Gehn has kind of set up himself to be worshipped like a god, and has told the people his power to create and destroy worlds by writing books. And that pretty much matches up to what we saw in the Book of Atrus. It's like there's a path to the dome here, but I don't see anywhere to open this gate. There's no buttons or anything. This symbol on the floor, the 5 leaves and the 3 bars, I believe that's some kind of symbology associated with Gehn. If I can find the appropriate... Yeah, see? He's got that same symbol on his necklace there. And I think the one with the hand over the book had the star on the back of the hand. Yeah. So clearly Gehn really likes stars and whatever that symbol on the floor means. So there's a path here. And then 1. And then opening that we came through. 1, 2. Okay. So we have ourselves a 5-sided room. And coming in from the, I guess we call it the entrance, up and to the left takes us over to the dome. Alright. Let's draw ourselves a 5-sided room. Save. Okay, so I'll call this one entry. And then this one, oops. This one, dome. Oh, there's a button here. Oh my god! Look at that! There was a little hole in that wall. Maybe from this side. Indeed, we can peep through. And we see there's something over on the right here. That gate, which was over here in front of the dome, is now in front of a hole? Small room? A cave? It's hard to tell. So if I do this, assuming the room is turning 1/5, which it seems to be, we should see that the entry has now moved in front of the dome and then off to the side where we can't see, I believe. Yeah. So this is the door we were looking through to start. Now there's a path to the dome and this one is blocked. So if we go again, we should be able to go back in the room and see what's in the upper right. Because the 2 doors are, 2 units apart from each other on this pentagon circle. Alright. Everything else looks the same. Yeah, there's still just writing on the walls. Alright, so we got, looks like 2 of these grates stopping us from going through. No switches or levers. Same symbol here. Alright, so there's some kind of room back there. And then, now I'm curious because we can't actually see, I'll just say room, we can't actually see what's on the two bottom right, bottom left faces of this pentagon. Because for us to be able to come in, the door has to be at the bottom, which means the two options are for it to be at the upper right and upper left. So we can't see what's over here or over there, if anything. Alright, well, this seems like one of the two sensible states we could leave it in, so let's leave it there. It's not the one we started in either. And let's go around. Look at this. They really give you a lot of stunning vistas in this game. It kind of feels like you should be able to walk over there and get a closer look at the other room. The other elevator? Room? Island. Thank you. Hello. Is it just me or did all the color fall out of that when it moved? Did I imagine that? Was it kind of red and then turned gray? It did. Look. Well, that's weird. I guess when they animated it, it didn't really, like, stick. I'm willing to chalk that up to a Steam bug. There's at least one more that I know we're going to have. Well, okay, this is locked. We need a key. Or maybe we can use this Riven... Hello. This Rivenese dagger. Or maybe... we can just crawl under like an American bathroom stall. Oh, I know. I bet I know what it is. I bet this is the state that it looks in if it was going to be open, because it's like all shaded and dark and gray. Well, shit. Okay. I guess we can just go right by that. Oh, what have we got here? Oh, okay. We're looking into the room again, and we're seeing two solid walls. Now, the only way we can look into this room and see two walls is if we're in between the two doors. And that means... we now know what's in the lower right of this. There's a cave down here, and we can get to this side through this cave. Can I turn the room from here? There's no button or anything. Alright. Well, let's go turn the room around some more. Maybe we can turn it until we can see what's in that fifth side that we don't know about. Which I think would just be one more time. Yeah, so now the doors will be in the cave side, and whatever's to the left between the entryway and the dome. So looking through, we should just see the same two walls. Yeah, okay. Let's go have a look, shall we? I love... oh, hello. There's another frame here. I love that they put this dagger here to make you click, so that you would bend down and go, oh shit. It's an American bathroom stall. I can just go right across. Go right through. Hello. Okay, okay. Alright, so now, can we look up in this room? I just noticed the ceiling is like a brilliant blue. Whoa. I have never seen that before. All the times I've played through this game, I've never looked up in here. Oh, that is pretty. I like that a lot. Okay. Well, now you got a cave door. So this would be where the exit would be. And another path. Alright. Oh shit, there's a button here too. Okay, okay. One thing at a time. Oh, look at this. We have... oh, this is that thing outside. The telescope type deal? Interesting. Yeah, it looks like there's steam just being vented into the air. Maybe we can do that differently? Yeah, now it's gone through the pipe. Somewhere. Presumably to this thing. Because we could go take a look at that. And then down here, this is actually a steam cap for steam power that is very similar to one Atrus makes in the book. Oh, hello. So there's a button that I assume turns the room, and there's also this. Something just opened or closed. Okay, I'm just going to mark this one as valve. So from here, we should be able to see what's in this question mark room. Let's turn the room a little. So right now we're connecting cave and valve. So to connect valve and room, we need to turn the room 2 times. Yep, there's a wall. One more. One of the things I like about Riven so much, that I like even better than Myst, is that this game, the puzzles are not weird, separate entities that don't exist in the world, like the ship that's just stuck into the stone ship age, you know? This stuff here all feels like it was built by somebody and has a purpose. It's all part of the world. Okay. So we've got another door. Another lever. Okay. Okay. So that just did something, I guess. Well, from here, let's... Goodness, I don't even know. Well, let's turn the room so we can get out of here. I think 2 rotations should allow us to go back to the entryway. By the way, if it looks like there's a black bar at the bottom of the screen over there, it's actually because this is our inventory zone. And the game's at a weird aspect ratio because of that. Okay, we can still go out the entrance, that's good. Well, let's turn it so that we can look at where the dome was. Let's see if maybe that path is open to us. Because there was a cover, one of those portcullises blocking the room on the upper right, and that was gone. So I assume the first lever we flicked did that. Maybe the second one unlocked the dome. And maybe there's a third one that unlocks the door in that room. So much of this game is intrinsically tied to the number 5. I love that it's the 5th age for 1, or for 5. And I love that this very first puzzle really gets you thinking in 5s. So you get a 5-sided room. Look at this. The path is indeed open. Well, hey, there's where we came in. You can see the telescope, big knife, and the linking chamber. Oh, hello. We can rotate the room from here. Interesting. That might be useful later, but we haven't changed anything since we saw the other side. So I think for now, let's just look around. Oh, hello. And nothing happened. Okay. So clearly there's like some steam power or something going on here. I don't even know what this is, but it's huge. Interesting. And here we have another thing. Let's take a note. There appear to be the same Tetris symbols that we saw in that one journal, except now they're drawn as part of this circular pattern. So let me just draw these out. Sort of got an L-shaped one, and then there's a big chunky one down here. We'll do a little tic-tac-toe action. Save. Okay. Take note of that. And it looks like there's 5 pipes coming out of this. Maybe they match up around like that. Oh, hello. Extendable path. I recognize you from Channel Wood. Look at that oh so subtle gif of water. I love it. And I say gif not because it's a moving image, but because the water here is actually made of peanut butter. This crazy, like, spider dome up there. This is neat. I find these environments to be very neat. Alright, let's go outside. I see a pillar and I immediately want to look up and see what's at the top of it. Can I? Oh, hello. There's a pipe. And there's a bridge. A really long bridge going over to another island. Okay. That's where we came from. Alright. Well, hello. We got steam. We got Dodson. We got Dodson here. This is a familiar setup. I assume we need to make the steam go the right way. Oh, look at that. It's a moving ladder or a ramp or something. Well, I assume we can make the steam go through the pipe, which goes up there somewhere. Oh, hello. Look at that. Well, that looks like what's drawn. So I guess this is like a drawbridge. And now there's power running through this here pipe up to there. So I guess if we get up there, we can raise and lower that. Cool. No idea how we get there at this point, but cool. Hello, look at this. There's just a hole in the path up there. Also, what the hell? There's a gift back here. There's a big rock spinning. Look at that. Hubbada, 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 hubbada. Oh, there's like a trapdoor here, I swear to God. Oh, hello. There's a button? It's not a button. Okay. But there is like a thing in the ground there. Spooky cave. Oh, hello. Look at this. Another steam valve. Oh, okay. So if my sense of direction isn't at all on right, this is the path from the temple room over to the big dome, where like the 5 pipes are. And we've flipped a lever near this. Hopefully now that lever will be flippable. But there's also, I don't know if we can, yeah, there's also another path here. And I think that is coming out of the, that 5th side down there. Because we still weren't able to actually go out that way. The door was closed. Interesting. Alright, well, let's zip back around, shall we? The one thing I don't like about this game is that some of the transitions, it takes a lot of steps to get from, from here to there. And so it can be a little bit, you can start to rush. And you don't want to rush in this game. You want to pay attention. Hello! Oh, look at that. It doesn't just become a ramp, it becomes stairs. Okay. Well, I don't think we want to do that right now because we're trapped now. So, I mean, there was no way to go back here. We reached a dead end. We turned on some power to a couple things, but no way out from that side. Probably if we could extend that path just over to the side there, we'd be able to love the sound design. And by that path, I mean this one. I bet that would give us a way to go back around, come to the other side, and use this when it's a staircase to go up there, I guess. Huh. It's like a brick dome, painted gold. Yeah, there's another death. It's definitely coming out the back of here. From over here, I think. Yeah. Alright. Well, what do we want to do from here? Still don't have a way to open that door. There was nothing on this side, so the handle must be on the other side. But we were able to go basically wherever we wanted here. Let's go back down because we did, I think, turn on this. Yeah, there's hissing now. Well, we're still just looking at a lid, but what's this? Can't grab this handle or anything. Does that turn it on? Oh, hello. Oh my god, that sound effect. So this is going to make it go back up. Nice. Well, does it look any different? No, it looks the same. We got a really close view. Clunk! It's just like sitting on the ground. Oh my god, you can even see it from here. Okay. Yep, now it's just dark. The lens is covered. Alright, can we keep going? No, we're just gonna break something. Alright. Well. Guess we'll just put it back kind of where we found it. Call it a day. We don't know what to do with that combination lock there, so just leave it for now. I think it might have been long enough now. Let's go check on Joe. See if he is still unconscious down here. Oh shit. He's gone. And in his place have appeared the images of two children. Yeah, I don't know who they are. They're some developers' kids, but there they are, just sneaking into the background. And Cho, I guess, wasn't dead, just unconscious. So, cool. Maybe we'll see him again someday. In any case, I think we've done all we can over here with this rotating room. I did go ahead and turn it so that the bridge area is accessible. And I also fix up my notes a little bit, so I've now got my choice of 3 different pages that I can show. So that's exciting. Just to make it easier to keep track of more things at once. Okay, so we got... Alright, so... trying to get a sense of the islands of Riven. Because it looks like there's a section over there with a really long... I wish you could turn like 45 degrees. With a really long... I don't know what these are. Roller coaster tracks. And it looks like this island connects to one with like a plateau, like a mesa. And then that one connects also... Can I turn? Yeah. To an island over here with a bunch of trees on top. And then... yeah, that's all we can see from here, I believe. I don't think we can go down there. There doesn't seem to be a path. So far there's at least 3 different islands that we might be able to explore. It's like Stonehenge. Hello. What have we got here? Oh, that's a creepy chair. Okay. Sure. Let's do it. Hello. You've got... okay, blue viewer of some kind. These screws don't seem to be interactable. There's like stairs and an empty space. Okay, whatever it is, there's nothing there. That's the door. My screen is dirty. Thought I saw something, but it was just a smudge on my monitor. Oh, look, there's another lever here, too. So there's like a room, some kind of temple. It's got all these like Greco-Roman pillars. Oh! And that opens the door. Alright, cool. That's neat. What about the chair? Got a lever and a button. Yeah, I guessed right. Button first. Or did the lever pull itself? What the? Did you see that? It's like a microphone or something up here. That's what it looks like, at least. Interesting. They animated this with the lever in the wrong position. How embarrassing. It doesn't work when the cage is not down. Interesting. So there's some kind of throne thing going on with a spider chair. If I walk away, yeah, it doesn't go back down on its own. Creepy. Alright, we'll just keep that image in our mind. I think we already did the thing we need to do, which is open that door, so I'm not going to loiter too long. There's like little sewer grate openings above us to let light in. Oh, looks like we're in that room with the door we opened. Yeah, sure enough. Oh, hello. That looks familiar. And we got like statues. All right. A big bird cage. And then the symbol of Gehn back there behind it. I think these aren't meant to be leaves. I think they're meant to be pen nibs. They look like the tip of a fountain pen. The split down the middle. Okay. Nothing interactable here, but we have a large whale with tusks. A walrus whale. Interesting. With like what appears to be a sacrifice of spicy peppers. Or an offering, I guess. Flowers. Okay. Clearly some symbology going on here. Alright. Anything else that we can see in this room? I wouldn't put it past a Myst game to have a door in between a couple of these that you only see if you click in the right spot. Okay, cool. Oh, this is the other place we were looking at. There's a stairs and then an empty space. Okay. I'm trying to be extra cognizant of... Oh, hello. I can walk over here. Look at this. Okay, so we can see... Yeah, there's at least 4 islands. Okay, so it looks like there's an island with a building on it over here. That was kind of like flat on top, I think we saw. And then there's this one with a plateau. And then there's another one over there, I think. Yeah, with trees on it. And then there's the one we're on. Okay. Let's call this one Temple Island, because there's this temple on it. And that's what everybody calls it. Both of which are good reasons. You can walk up here. Hello? How long until the next train comes, sir? Alright. Oops, I wanted to push the button, but it made me walk past the button. Whoa, the background is blurring. Ooh, okay, I think we may have just summoned the carriage. God, I love the sound design in these games. I am 100% sure that the sound effect of that door opening was used for something else in Myst. What was it? Was it used for turning the rail car on the Salanena gauge? It might have been. Anyway, let's get in. I think that we've done pretty much everything we can do on this island. We've seen the sights. We've run into some dead ends. Okay. We got a lever. Hello. And a rotational switch. I guess that makes sense. If we're going to go for a ride, we won't face the right way. Alright, everybody get ready to change CDs. Oh, I love it. And I love how narrow the bitrate gets. And all the background is like extra blurry during the cutscenes. And then when you finish the cutscene, the game like snaps back into focus. It's like you're unable to process the information from this crazy ride you just went on. And your brain is just like trying to catch up. And then finally you stop. And you have enough time for your brain to put the pieces back together. Let me make a note here. So I'm writing in black on black that these notes were from Temple Island. And I'll just hit save. And then I'm going to put a bar. And we'll put our notes for this next island underneath that, just so we keep things separate. Hello. This thing here kind of looks like the back of one of those whale walruses. What are you? Okay. Interesting. We found some kind of eyeball. I mean, that's that's really all I could describe it as. It has a symbol on it, and it makes a sound. Alright, I think I can copy that symbol down. Try and do so as neatly as possible, so that there is very little confusion. But let's double check that I got it right. Looks good to me. And it makes, I'm gonna call it like a chi chirp sound. Alright, well, I don't know what this is, but I wrote down what it is. It's a ball that says letter K and chi chirp. Got it. Sometimes in missed games you run into things that just seem to make no sense and mean nothing, and then you're like, what is this weird thing that I'm supposed to notice? You know, it's like just this weird thing. And your brain is like, what do I do with that? I don't know. It's like so much of this game is so like crazily subtle, and there's these details that you just would never notice if you weren't paying attention. And it can be really frustrating to watch someone play through and like, you know what's going on. You can't really say anything. This reminds me of a cave I walked through once. I think it was in Tennessee. It had like a very similar like flat areas on both sides of the walkway. I'm not sure if that was because they had to like excavate in order to make the walkway flat and like add stairs or what, but it gave the whole place a very interesting feel. There's a button here. Okay, maybe that summons the rail car, because if I recall correctly there wasn't one of those down here. Yeah. Wonder why it's so far away. Weird. Okay. And now we have a choice. Let's go up. Oh, a bird. That looked like a Gwei from Ocarina of Time. Oh, look at this. I love the way that this game oh, there's a beach down there. Slowly reveals itself to you. And these tiny details, and it almost says something about the presentation of these games where the Myst series, I mean, where the fact that it's delivered as a series of slideshows, when you have fixed viewpoints, it means that everything you see, it's like, you know, every frame of painting or whatever, every viewpoint you get is considered. Like, somebody said, all right, we need a view at the top of this ridge where there's a rope bridge, and like, okay, make a note, like, oh, this is really old, so this wood should be like cracked and dry. Like, there's a forest over there. Look at this. Is that where we came from over there? It might be. I think it is, actually. I think that's Temple Island. Alright. Oh, hello. There's a giant pizza cutter in the landscape here. Wild. Look at this. You walk right under it. So, I guess this is a good opportunity to talk about Yeah, that's Temple Island because there's a giant dome on it. Oh, bugs. And that's a different island. It's much more flat. It's like flies flying around. There's like a long handle on this. It's like, how did this get here? And how did that giant dagger in the ground by the linking chamber appear? Well, when I talked about there being additions added to the age, I guess at some point I need to kind of explain how linking books in general work. You have... So I can just smell this. It's like rotted. Also, look at all these trees that have been cut down. Clearly there's some industry here. Even stock bird sound effect. Oh, look at that. You can see the little path is up over there. I wonder if that actually changes based on the status of that. Be very impressive if it did. Hello. There's a minecart in the ground. Interesting. Okay, so I guess wood is collected here, and then they dump it in here, and it goes somewhere else. Down underground, I guess. And there's an axe here. And there's like what looks like a handle right here, but this is not a handle. It is one end of a whipsaw, also known as a... oh, I can't remember the proper term for it. Basically, it's a serrated cord, and it has this really rough corded texture, like a barbed wire or something, except with much finer teeth. And then there's a handle on each end, and 2 men operate it, where you only, obviously, because it's not stiff, it's just like a string. You can only pull on it, you can't push on it. So you have to have 2 people, and you pull it from opposite sides of the tree, and ever so slowly you can saw across like a hand-cranked chainsaw. There's also an axe here, which is interesting. You can hear the bugs buzzing around. The little dots on my screen are kind of gross, honestly. Oh, hello. Look at this guy. It's a little bug. Oh, he buzzes. He's just like the scarabs in the in one of the rooms near the temple where we saw like Gehn's story. And he okay, he doesn't like being touched. I love the sound design though. The sound that the scarab makes with the zzz, zzz. Hey, a gate that opens. Wonderful. There's also, I think, another path? Yeah, so there's a path over here, which itself... Oh, hello. That's weird. It's like a quarter turn. Or an eighth turn. This path goes over to a hole where there's a minecart. Path to a wooded area. And then another path? Okay. The bird noise just won't stop, dude. Interesting. So the way that linking books work... Oh, hello. Let's stay up here for now. There's 2 kinds of books. There's linking books and descriptive books. Descriptive books are... I always think that this looks like a silhouette of a person. Are the source material that describes, and some would say creates, an age. There's another dome over there. Whereas linking books basically are just pointers. They're references to places in descriptive books. And what's interesting is linking books can be copied. So you can make multiple linking books that go to the same place. But you can't make 2 descriptive books that describe the same world. It's sort of this weird quantum... Oh, hello. This weird quantum probability. There's another giant sword over here. That you can't have 2 descriptions both describe the same thing. Even if you type it out hello. Even if you write it exactly the same, you still get 2 worlds that are slightly different. And only differ in the things that you were not specifying. Like if you said, I write an age that has like tall, snowy mountains. And you're like, okay, well in this age, they're snowy on the west side, and on this age, they're snowy on the east side. You know, and whatever it is that you didn't specify will be what differs. So there's no way to, like, for example, Atrus is writing in the Riven descriptive book as we speak to keep this age together. And he has to be really careful not to change too much, or the age could be, could collapse and become even more unstable. And those giant things stuck in the ground out there, those clearly were added by someone making changes to the age, because there's no way they would have gotten there naturally. I can write that. I think that's a close drawing. Let's check. Indeed. And it's like a herf bark noise. Herf, herf. Like a seal? Kind of sounds like a seal. That first one sounded like a bird. Yeah, chirp, chirp, and herf. This is actually one of the easiest things to miss in this game, because when you come at it from this direction, it doesn't look like there's a second path over here. So you have to turn to see it, or click near the dagger on this panel to see it. So a little tricky, but it pays to take our time and look around in Riven. So much of the information that we're trying to gather is environmental, that it pays to go a little slower. Hello. There's like a glowing pond here. It's so beautiful. It's like these giant cypress trees and these otherworldly huge ferns. Look at this. Look at this big-ass fish. I think this might be another recreation, another rendering of that same walrus whale that we've been seeing in a few places now. Wait a second. Hello. Always pay attention to the foreground, folks. Look at that. I love the symbology of the giant fish opening its mouth. Oh, look at the lighting in this. Every single slide, every single image is considered. So they want you to see what you're seeing. It's not just, oh, hello. It's not just a slide to the next place. If they put 4 transitions into place, it's because at one of those, when you turn, you see something different. They thought it was important. I'm gonna leave this open. I mean, why not? Can I have my mouse back? That took a minute. Oh, okay. It looks like I walked all the way in. Because I was... Oh, I like this angle. You're looking out through the mouth. Okay. Oh, we automatically turn around when we step in. Okay, there's a button. Is that summoning a rail car? Because it seems like that's what it was. I see a scrape here. Oh, it looks like it might scrape in both directions. Whoa, okay. That automatically closes the mouth. So I guess whatever it is that this is for, it's not meant for someone to be able to follow you. Alright. And now we're up on these catwalks above the jungle. This reminds me of Channel Wood. Yeah, I mean, look at this. There's nothing in this frame that you can interact with. There's just a little light, a close-up of some of these giant weird ferns, and you just see the endless ocean of Riven. But somebody spent time to make this picture. And it's just, I love it. Every angle is deliberate. I also enjoy when you have these static backdrops and then this one turning piece back here. It really just screams, come look at me, come look at me. I'm important. Hello. You hear it like, oh, there was one that was different. You can hear it like whirring as you go around. Yeah, there's like a gold one. You see that? Right there. Okay. Okay, so there's another path. I think we may or may not have gone down that one. Can you see it better from this angle? Oh yeah, look at this. More lighting. Oh, there it is. It's like an eyeball shape that's in gold. Okay. Oh, hello. There's a guy over there. I think he sounded some kind of alarm. I guess we're not super welcome here. Dang. Yeah, look at that. He's in like a guard tower over another area here. This seems important. That's pretty. Oh boy. Another pseudo throne. I can only guess that this is for Gehn's amusement as well. Alright, we got 2 levers. The show's just called 2 levers. Whoa. Hello. Well, this certainly gives us a good view of this island. Can I... Whoa. Okay, a lot to take in here. We've got, obviously, a giant, like, circular mountain range that forms this island. It's more like a giant atoll. And there's some kind of village over here of, like, little pod houses. They look like they're made out of clay. And they're, half of them are built on top of giant stalagmites. That looks like a terrifying place to live. Okay. And then there's a pool here, a lagoon in the middle, and I see there's like tracks running through it, like the tracks we took on that rail car. There's also a building down here, maybe something there, and then walkway down by the water here. And then I think there's like an oven here. It looks like red. It looks like a kiln. Does that look like a kiln to you? Okay, and then there's also holes. Holes in the lagoon where the water is not. Weird. And then it looks like a door here. A little walkway going somewhere. And then like a plank out to some kind of suspended thing. Let's try to get the lever. Oh. Okay. That lever opens and closes a hole in the floor. Huh. Alright. Let's leave it closed, because it was open when we showed up. Is this lever going to do anything different, or just send us back down? Just going back down. Okay. Well, it's pretty clear that this is made for Gehn's use up here, because it's in a giant throne of bones, and it's high above the village and controls a hole in the floor. I mean, you can kind of probably put the pieces together on what that's used for. Look at this. This might be a skull of one of those walrus whales. Look at the tusks here and how big it is. Neat. Okay, well, we closed the thing. There was a fork in the road back here. Yeah, let's go to the other end. Hello. It's one of those, what are they called? Not a kaleidoscope. Oh, there's like, it was a kid's toy where basically you would be looking through slides and you push the button and you go to the next slide. Like a magic viewfinder, or something like that. And there's a button on it. Okay. And you can see it's like focused on this looping series of eyeball shapes. Huh. Okay. Let's see if we can click it when it's gold. Oh, I guess that was late. Oh, I think I got it. Alright. Let's draw that symbol before I forget what it looked like. First off, I'm going to call this island Village Island, because there's a village on it, and that's what everyone calls it. And then I'm going to draw the thing I just saw. Save. Also, what the fuck? This dome is now gold. Alright. Let's go take a look, shall we? I love this. I love the texture. Like the hand-drawn reflections of things around here, because you know that wasn't done with rendering. Holy shit, there's a book in there. That's gotta be a linking book. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. It's a combination lock. We have to find the right combination in order to get into this book. That's fucking cool. Alright, well, that's scary. So, as I was saying, descriptive books tell us about an age, and according to Gehn, create that age, which is why he feels justified in lording over the inhabitants of his ages like a king or a god. But Atrus, and I think most practitioners of the art, it does go down, believe that you're not actually just creating the age, you're linking to one of infinitely many possibilities that already exist in the multiverse. A concept that's probably more accessible to people this generation than it was 30 years ago, because multiverses are just something that we have in our media now. Hello. Okay. We've got another rail car. Okay, cool. I don't know if I want to go there yet. So let's not go. Shall we go there? I feel like we haven't explored this island completely. So let's stay here longer. Let's stay here a little longer. I at least want to try and see if we can get to that village. You know, on second thought, it makes sense for us to stay and try and puzzle out more of this island, but I happen to know that there's a few different orders you can do things in this game, and I'm going to try to do them in the order that works out to give us the most cutscenes and the most interesting cutscenes. And that means going this way next. Plus, I mean, what 8-year-old kid in 97 could have resisted getting on another one of these awesome rides and going somewhere new? Unfortunately, it does mean that we're going to need to go ahead and get ready to change discs again. Let's go. So cool. So, when you... Oh, it was a short ride. Into a cave. Oh, that's pretty cool. When you make changes to a descriptive book, the end result changes the age, but it can be witnessed. Those changes can be seen by people on the age, and if you're not careful and you change too much, the book will no longer link to the same age. Basically, you can only change things that you hadn't already specified. Like if you said, you know, this age has large snowy mountains. If you then change it to say, this age doesn't have large snowy mountains, now there's no way that those two possibilities could exist. It becomes a contradiction. And what you end up with is the book no longer links to the same age. So any people that were there that you knew, any travelers that you knew that went there, are now stranded, and no linking books to that age will work anymore. And they'll all actually link to the new version of the age instead. Well, this is creepy. Okay, this is really creepy. Just like a dim red hallway. Hello. Whoa. I can only... I thought I heard something. I can only guess that we're underground now. Check this out. It's like a lava elevator or something. So we are on a new island now, so as soon as I can come up with something, I'll make a new section and name it in the notes. Going up? Okay. That makes sense. We already seem to be in like a dark cave. There was another path down there. Hello. Did we just go through water? Alright, I think we're starting to learn that water on Riven is not like water on Dunny, aka Earth. So what Atrus is doing out there right now is trying to fix Riven, but only by adding things to it, and only by adding things that don't contradict what's already there. So I can guess that this summons or desummons the elevator. Okay, looks like it's just a summon. It wouldn't make sense for the lever to send it away. Oh! Shit, there's another cable car. Oh, and there's a door over there. Hello. Oh, I think that's the sound of the door closing on the other side. Oh, watch your head. Huh. At some point we're going to have to make a chart or some kind of map for where all of these go. I don't want to ride the cable car immediately again, but I would like to turn it around and climb back out to go out that door I saw. Yeah, look at that. Some red spots on the cave wall. Oh, hello. Oh, alright. Oh, okay, so okay, now we can get a pretty decent sense of where different things are here. Let me switch to page 2 in my notes, which is always a puzzle. I gotta like look in my other monitor here. Okay, there's page 2. Then I switch this to page 2. Alright, so let's make a map. So it looks like there's kind of a volcano-looking island in the bottom left. And then I think that's Temple Island over there. So there's like the big dome island is in the upper left, and then in the upper right we have I guess Village Island, which looks like that, and then this island that we're on right now, which I don't know what it looks like, but they look like they're connected like that. I don't see, is there a diagonal line? Is there a path from... It looks like there might be a rail path. I don't know if that just goes to the temple or if that goes to this island. Hard to say. Whoa, hello. Huh. Alright, this is an interesting island. There's like tusks here again. It does look like there's a line running here, and there's a bridge. We saw there was a bridge between two of the islands. Okay. Look at this. It's like a weird rainwater lagoon. Water on this this world is seriously different. Oh, hello. Oh, we're over the elevator. Okay. I think that's what that room down there is. Looks the same. Nothing to see directly above the elevator. Trying to get in the habit of looking all around, seeing what there is to see. Don't want to miss stuff. Now we're walking through like a channel in an elevated area with more pools. And there's little plateaus with these devices on them. They look like electrical, I don't know what you'd call them, transformers? A weird sight. Well, there's stuff above us. Can we turn around? Let's go up. I assume this is an elevator. Yes. Okay. There's only one button, so I assume it just has the 2 floors. Oh. Oh, look. There's another island. I think... yeah. This is definitely a map. So there's... is there actually a huge crack through the world? Is that like depicting the decay of the age? Whoa. Okay. Weird. Ooh, don't you love watching animations play in reverse? Is there? Oh, there is. I think we're like filling the top part up with water, but it's like way overfilled. It's like 3D. Can we leave that and go look? Let's see if it stays when I leave. I didn't hear it draining. Okay, there is another path there, but let's go look at this first. Yeah, look at that. Sure enough. It's like 3D mountains made of water. That's neat. I don't know what the hell it's for, but it sure is neat. Let's go the other way now. Remember, there was another path down below that we have to come back to at some point. Oh, hello. There's another dome. Okay. There's another lagoon up here. One of these. Oh, look at that. There's writing. I think that says Gehn. I think that says Gehn right there. I'm not sure. I feel like I vaguely recognize that from looking at it online. And there's only 3 symbols in the Dunny word for Gehn. The H is implied by the EN combination. Oh, okay. It's another one of these. Oh. Can't really see it. It's kind of not pointing the right way. Is it broken? Kind of tilted a little. Oh, did I? Yep. Whatever it was, I nailed it. Oh, maybe that's not a good thing. Because now I don't know what it said. Well, if this thing can start it spinning... let's go have a look at it first, and then we'll come back over here. Yeah, there's a book in there. Same as the dome on Village Island. Gross textures aside. Okay, well... Will it start spinning again? Yeah, look at that. Alright. Let's go over there and look at it firsthand and see if we can determine what the symbol on it looks like. If it's the same as the other one or not. No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's like a flat, closed eye. Like that. Alright. Well, we'll take that under advisement. What have we got here? Whoa, hello. Jesus, it's one of those pin... Wow, yeah, it's one of those pin puzzles. Like, or those games where you can stick your... Oh my goodness. You can, like, stick your fingers in and it shows the imprint of your hand on the front. What are we looking at? It's like a topographical landscape. Sure makes a terrible noise. Oh, hello. There's like a building. Huh. Strange. Is this the village area? Is that what we're looking at? It looks like it's pretty big. And this matches this. Okay, let's switch it. I love the effect of that too. It's like you add distortion and reflection, it automatically just looks like there's water on it. Yeah, if this is a map, it sure looks like one. We have a fifth island that we don't know anything about. So I'm gonna guess it's like over there. Just a little, because I think mine is turned 90 degrees from theirs. I think. Because that would make this one that we're on, this one. And then this is the one with the village, which makes sense because we saw it was in like a big, like atoll with like a lagoon in the middle. And that would make this the temple island, which makes sense since there's like the big dome area and then there's like the temple building. And we haven't been to this island or this island. But I drew the connection here because I assume, I mean, they're the closest to each other. Okay, let's see if it changed this. Sure enough, did. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's the spiky thing we walked through down at the bottom. And look at that. This is the map that we were just looking at. So I guess this one is the building we're in. Oh, the building doesn't show up. It's just flat. Weird. And there's the dome. You get a sense for the height, too. Alright, well, I guess with this we can kind of get a look at what all the islands look like. Let's look at the little one, because that's the only one that seems kind of like separate. How appropriate that there would be 5 islands of Riven. in the age that's so obsessed with the number 5. This is the 5th age that Gehn wrote, and he had a certain predilection for the number 5, superstitions associated with it. For the Dunny, the number 5 was just sort of seen as like a nice, round, and like pleasant and useful number, but Gehn kind of sees it as, oh, look at this, it's tiny. It looks like the trunk, stump rather, of a giant tree. Look at that. This one has a dome too. It's like a Lego set with or a Minecraft map. Oh, I bet you could make that in Minecraft. That wouldn't even be that hard. Alright. Well, maps exist. Now we know. Don't think we really know what to do with this yet, but it's information we can come back to. Let's go back down underground and look at the other thing. I guess I can take a moment to upgrade my drawing here just a bit. Let me just erase the one that I had, and I'll draw a better version of the island that we're on here. It's kind of like L-shaped, I guess. Like that. Wait a fucking second. That looks very familiar to me. Computer, enhance. No, actually, let's just look at our first page again. Recognize anything? Look at this. These symbols in our, whatchamacallit, in our drawing there for the 5 pipes under the dome, they look like they match. This. Yeah, look. So there's a square one that's got 5 pieces, a single dot, an L, and a big one. Yeah, they're all present over here. So that makes me believe that we have those symbols representing the islands. That makes sense because we have I don't even know how to put this. We have this map that looks like it's on like a grid, and then we have this 3D viewer thing that's clearly also on like the same, and of course it's a 5x5 grid because it's Riven. Alright, so we're kind of starting to understand the world we're in a little bit more. So now if we see those symbols, we'll know a bit like what island that refers to. So I guess the only one we haven't been to yet is the square one, I think. I'm going to zip past this stuff. Look at all that. Oh, it's so pretty. Alright. We'll go back down. Because on the other side of this thing, there was another path we didn't take. Come on, cutscenes. Some of them kind of hang at the end while the game is loading. Okay. Oh, for a second there I thought we were going to be locked out. And we have to go back down the elevator and then down a long hallway. And it'll take us to that T-junction that we went through earlier. I do enjoy these cutscenes that are just seen through like a little window in the middle. I wonder if that allows them to... And again, there's that floating water. Water on this age is weird. I wonder if that lets them just make the FMV file a lot smaller by having there be a static matte of the foreground over it, and then a small video in the background of it playing. That makes sense, right? Alright. Oh, also, this room is just so friggin' cool looking. Okay. This space definitely makes a noise when you walk through it. I love the soundtrack of this game so much. Whoa. Holy shit. There's some steampunk type shit going on here. We're in like a... It's like Cerebro. This giant room. Oh boy. Okay, we got 2 levers and a button. Whoa. And I guess we're looking out through glass underwater? Whoa. Hello, sir. Whoa, okay. It's dark. Oh. Oh, it's another one of those viewer things. Neat. Can we change the channel? Or does that just turn it off? Oh. Oh, this is looking at... Oh! Whoa, 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 okay. Hello, alright, apparently this one turns. Wait, so are these like selecting a view, or is it just toggling 2 different views? Okay. Can we rotate this one? No. Okay, apparently the rotating is only for the right view. What are we looking at right here? Small room. Oh, hello. Oh, shit! That has to be Catherine. It's gotta be. Come on, walk back this way. We can see her face. Which we don't really know what she looks like. We just know she's Catherine. So there's like a basin. Maybe the corner of a bed. I see like a table, a little balcony. Well, wherever she is, she doesn't seem to be like chained to a wall or something, so that's good. I wonder if we just wait here, will she walk back in? Also, does this mean that Gehn has like security cameras all around these islands? That's kind of a worrying thought. I'm gonna give it a second and see if she comes back. Yeah, she's just wandering back and forth on the balcony. Okay, let's look at this other view. So it looks like, depending on, oh god, oh my goodness. Alright, whichever one you click on ends up at the bottom. So if I just click over here, they go one at a time. So we're looking at a big cage, some rocks, some more rocks, some more rocks. That looks like a walkway over water. And that looks like a fish. It's a little fish. And another walkway up in the air. I see its shadow on a wall. And then back to this big cage. This? I don't think we've been to the place that this is, but if you're really sharp, you may have already recognized it. Alright, let's try the other lever. Sure enough, this one comes from the right. Okay. Okay. Oh, this whole thing turns. Okay. That's a very distinct sound effect. Whoa! Okay. There's a red light on outside. Oh my god. It's a walrus whale. A whalrus. He's looking at us. What, I don't have any food? What do you want, food? Yeah, you want a stick? You want a stick, stupid? Yeah, no wonder you went extinct. It's a cool looking guy. I'm gonna draw a picture of him because he's beautiful. And I guess he's gone, just leaving us for a long cutscene here. Okay. If we press this again, will he come back? Come back, Jimmy. Oh, he's different this time. He's beautiful. Okay. Look at that. I drew a picture of him. Isn't he lovely? Isn't he lovely? Let's call him again. Okay, the musical sting is giving me the impression that we are angering him. Fuck yeah. Things are happening that are different. That means we keep doing it. Oh, okay, we pissed him off, right? Royally pissed him off now. It's like, fuck you. Don't call me unless you got snacks. What do you mean BYOB? It's not a real party if it's BYOB, dude. Alright. Now I get the impression. Yeah. We've officially reached boy who called Walrus Wolf stage. Now he won't even talk to us. But we are learning something else here. Let me switch my notes page again. Because I think we want... Yeah. Let's go back to Map Island notes. Because we're seeing things that we've seen before, which are these eyeball symbols. So I'm going to draw these. I'm going to draw each of these. Excuse me. As accurately as I can. Which is to say, not very well. So we've got like the one we're looking at, circle eye, or like slitted pupil, vertical line, then we've got vertical eyeball with a dot. Okay. And then we have wide open eye with dot. Okay. And then regular eye, horizontal, with dot. And then eye, horizontal line, so like a closed eye. Okay. And then this one was the one that made the walrus come. Okay, it just turns on a red light. You can see the pixels moving. So it's the button's working, but something's broken. Okay. They're doing colors. All right. Let's write that down. Write that down. Write that down. So we've got red coming from the... Oh, that one's green. Okay. Oh, what an opportunity I'm missing by not writing these in the color that they are. Let's do that. So we got red, blue, and green so far. Your classic RGB. And then turn to this one, regular eyeball. Looks like a yeller to me. And then closed eye. Orange. Okay. Neat. And then the vertical one didn't work, so I'm just going to put a question mark there. But let's look one more time. Because the red light was like above us, so if we turn that on, no, I don't see any other lights, and I can't look around from here. Alright, so I guess that one's a question mark. It could be purple, would be, I guess, the next most common color. It's between red and blue, so I'm gonna guess purple. But let's write that in some question marks. And a little bit smaller. Purple? Question marks, question marks? Because otherwise it kind of looks like a circle of colors, right? We've got blue goes to green, goes to yellow, goes to orange, goes to red, and then to get from red to blue you'd need purple. Alright, so we now have a way to associate colors with eyeball symbols. Whatever that is good for, we do not know, but we have it. We also saw an area we haven't been, 2 areas we haven't been, one of which appears to be where Catherine is, assuming that is her. Oh, look at this. You don't even see them when they're in use, but these little rests grab those pipes that come down. Alright. Let's leave Cerebro. Now it's a question of where do we go? And I think the answer is we go through the rail car up here. So let me zip back up there, because it's going to take a minute to walk there. Here we are. You can press the escape key to skip cutscenes, but I don't want to get in the habit of doing it. So, let's just see where this takes us. Okay. I saw a building up there. I love that sound effect of the door. Alright, we're here again at another one of these little stations. Okay. Stairs go up towards what looks like a big building. Okay. Yeah, so we're on the... Oh, look at that. It comes up out of the water. I think there is a diagonal connecting part. Look at that, yeah. It looks like that might be a path. Because, I mean, this is the rail car that we took at the very beginning. From the temple area down here, that took us over to the village. And then we took this one over to the map island. And then we just took this one over here to whatever this island is. And this island has one that goes underwater to village. And then a bridge back to the dome, which is on Temple Island. And look at that, there's that bridge. Neat. Oh, what a cool environment. Oh, it's locked! Son of a beach! We can't even go anywhere on this island, because the door's locked. Alright. Well, that's confusing, because on this island we couldn't get here because this bridge was up, and we couldn't get, like, back to this part of the dome, because there was... I think there was a door that was locked that we couldn't open, that we couldn't find a button or a lever to open. And then from this side, coming in here, the door is locked. Just straight up, the door is locked. And then, okay. So I guess the only way to get to this island is to go from this diagonal path. Alright, so we gotta go back to Village Island and try to find another way over here. Possibly another one of those cool cable cars. I just want you to appreciate that if we had done this on the original version of Riven, we would have had to change discs in order to come to this island. And then we had to change discs again after leaving. So this little detour would have been super annoying. Okay, so where was the other rail car? Because now we need to make our way over to... Oh, I drew the diagonal the wrong way, didn't I? Wait a second. Huh? Wait, I'm confused now. Hang on, let me go back to where I just was. I want to look at things again. Sit back up here. Okay, so there's a village island in the top right. And then, oh, I drew my map wrong. Okay. All right, I'm glad I noticed. Let me just erase these. All right, that makes sense now. We may now return rapidly. This is how I get around when I'm not recording, because it's like, yeah, it's gonna be there already, Jim. And we're there. And we turn the car around, because I believe the other route was up to through the door on the right there. We gotta swing the cable car around in order to be able to get to that side of the ledge. Right now, you're probably thinking to yourself, Jesus Christ, we are like 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half into this game, and we haven't solved a single puzzle yet. Like, it feels like we're not accomplishing anything. It feels like we're not going anywhere, but believe me, the puzzles in this game are not so separate like they were in Myst. The things that we're discovering, learning how the islands are connected to each other, associating colors to symbols. We found a couple weird balls that made noises. We are figuring things out. And honestly, it's one of the things I like most about Riven. Is it's like you don't quite get that aha moment like you do in The Witness the first time you find one of the things I won't say, but you do kind of get a similar feeling as you start to understand more and more of the world. And I love that. So yeah, let's talk about linking books some more, because I want to make sure that the concepts are clear. So one of the weird things about linking books is that, first off, you can't write a linking book without there already being a descriptive book. So any linking book, a descriptive book will end up having a linking panel in the front, but generally, because those books are so valuable, because if they're damaged, then nobody can get to that age anymore, the descriptive book is usually kept somewhere safe and secret, like the One Ring or something. Whereas linking books are more portable and you can make copies of them, so they're not super valuable, but they're just dangerous to leave lying around because they create links to places that people can go. And, the doors they open don't close behind you. Which is why there was the whole rigmarole with Atrus having to throw himself into the Starfisher when he used the Mist book in order to keep Gehn from following him. So, linking books you can make copies of them, but there is one catch. In order to write a linking book to a place in an age, you have to be in that age, in that place. So, we're on Riven, right? And the descriptive book for Riven is back on Dunning. So if Atrus wanted to write a linking book to Riven, he would have to come to Riven and write the linking book wherever he wanted it to be. There's not another path on that side, is there? I don't think so. So it's like he can't give us a linking book to a certain place in Riven. Otherwise he might be able to just like go straight to wherever Catherine is and get her. But he also, you know, right now he's on Kavir on Dunny. So the only place that he can write a linking book to is Kavir on Dunny. And that's what it looks like. That's what our track book that we had stolen from us looked like. We still haven't found the guy who took that. The guy who darted Cho and let us out of the cage. Oh. Aw. A little girl fell while doing her mocap, and they just kept it in because it was cute. We're back on Village Island now. Oh, hello. Same warning guy. How do you even get into that little tower? Do you climb the pole? I don't see a ladder. So I think, yeah, we saw this part before. Yeah, because this is the top part where the trees were all cut down. And we went through this wood. We heard the cool sound the Scarab makes. And then I turned around when we got here. Because if I had taken one more step, this guy would have seen us. And there's the path we walked across earlier to that throne of bones. Look at this. More religious iconography. More instances of the number 5 showing up. Somebody put this in just so you could look out this window. The dithering really works in a lot of things, like this water looks really realistic, but then like sometimes you get this, like the shading of the sky up here is just like, just 2 colors. And you have random little dots back here. But you know, it's, for what a low resolution it is, you do get a pretty clear image of what it's supposed to be. Like, there's really no question about what you're looking at most of the time. Nope. Shit, look at all these people. Folks are running up top, on the top left. There's someone on the top right. And there's like a little kid playing in front of us. Down by the docks. Oh god, here comes Mom. Junior, didn't you hear me calling you? We have to hide from the White Devil. Sounds like I'm joking, but okay, this is definitely what we saw through that viewer, because look at this. There's a walkway over water, and then over here is that cage thing. It was the same one that we saw from the Throne of Bones. Alright. Yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, and here's the walkway that we saw that was up high. Okay, so the Throne of Bone must rise up over here somewhere. Or maybe back here. Because you can see the other side of this walk where there's like a door. Huh. Okay. Oh, look at that. I bet you that's what we're looking out of. It looks like a little periscope. Alright, cool. Yeah. Oh, there's a ladder. It's not extended. Okay, so we have to find our way up to the top some other way. And there's like a thing floating over here. Someone dropped their ball. Wow. The surrealism, like the magic realism of this world where it's just like, yeah, sometimes the water just has a hole in it. And it's just like so so matter of fact. Makes me it's one of the things I really like about this. Can I not look at this? Thank you. Oh yeah, look at that. We can see it even better now. There's like a little thing on a string here. Or maybe on a post? Maybe it's for fishing. Yeah, look at that. That's definitely the periscope thing we were looking through. There's a building over there, and a hole in the rock over here. And then more holes in the water. Okay. Look at this. You can climb up and all of a sudden we find ourselves right in front of someone's house. Look at this. They all have like retractable drawbridges in front. Right there. And it would fill this gap right there. Oh shit, look at that view. Okay. Whoa, hello. There's like a boiler kettle over here. Something on the side of the wall over there. Like a balcony, maybe? There's this big cage thing. Periscope. Okay. This guy's got his balcony out still. Can we just, hello? No? What if I knock 3 times on the ceiling to say I want you? Twice on the pipe, perhaps? What if I knocked 5 times? Huh. Maybe you have to do it rapidly. Ah! A white person! Close it. Look at that. We knocked 5 times and they were compelled to answer. It's like the Will Ferrell's character from Austin Powers. Just don't ask him the same question 3 times in a row. It's too annoying. Look at this. Alright, well this looks like a sacrificial dais for something. Honestly, it looks like a seat more than a plate. Man, look at the details in all this. I love it. It's like carved to look like a face. There's Buffalo Wild Wings logo up here. Oh, there's another lookout tower over there too. Okay, okay. Sure enough, this is some kind of kiln. They're cooking something in there. Hopefully nobody I know. Look at this guy. Well, hello. Yeah, don't mind if I do. I will climb in. Thank you. Huh. Okay, okay, okay. Oh boy, lots of levers. Button? Not a button. Do I have to... How do I close the hatch? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. This looks like a thermometer. That doesn't work either. Nothing works. Alright. Probably need to close the lid for it to work anyway. So it's not a kettle, it's some kind of car. Oh, and now it's down there. Okay. No, that's fine. Not a big deal. Also, that definitely does look like a balcony up there now, doesn't it? Alright. Is there any more to this village? Can we go further up? Just trying to make sure that there's no branching paths here that I'm missing. Oh, hello. Okay, no, that ladder we already saw. Pardon me. This one's the dead end here. Okay. So if I go back down, can I walk past this ladder? Over there, maybe? No, it's the dead end here. Okay. Well, we've found a village. There's another lookout post over here. So there's probably another way to access this village. I think we've hit a dead end on this side. And go back out this way. Loop around. You know, I think that there's a path we never went down back here, too. That went down to a beach. Here we go. What the hell? Oh my god, they're like pelican seals? It's a pelican seal. Okay. If you say so, man. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. I'm just a tourist. Can I get closer? We know that sound. We've heard that. That's Herf. My boy, you're Herf. Okay, and now he's sleeping again. Oh. Oh, and they're gone. I guess they slipped into the water. They saw me coming. There's a door over there. And just got the hell out of here. Alright, that's fair. It's a nice beach. It's cozy. You can tell by the lighting that this render is done from the shade. Oh, hello. There's another thing here. What the hell? Alright, well, I guess I'll add that to my list down here. I mean, I can't think of that noise as anything other than a whale call. I mean, doesn't it sound like a I think we might have even heard that whale walrus guy make that sound. Okay. So maybe. Maybe we're onto something here. Alright. I drew the symbol also that I saw on it. And then, you know. Yeah, I guess we have 3 symbols, 3 sounds. And it sounds like an animal sound. So if that last one, if I was right about the herf, then those like weird pelican seals are I think they kind of look like that. I'm just gonna draw a picture. So bad. Their necks are longer than that. Let me let me give him a longer neck. There we go. He's still got a fat body though. That's better. Okay. Let's proceed along this path. Can I? Yeah. Another cut down tree. I gotta love a tunnel through a tree though. It feels like the kind of spot where you'd turn around and there'd be a fork behind you that you didn't see before. Oh, hello. Sure enough, it's the other side of the village. Okay, so there's the guard post. Oh, there's like a door here. Maybe he has like a plank that he lays out that connects to this path we're on. Maybe. Maybe he just has a ladder. Whoops. Okay, where did I go? I clicked too fast. Okay, I went down a ladder. Alright, that's fine. Hello, another eyeball. The new symbol. It's got like a crescent on the right, or rather on the left. And it makes like a buzzing noise. Zert. Interesting. Where have we heard that before? Let me zoom out here. There's like a button over here. Oh, no, it's a lever. Oh, hello. It's a little wading pool for the kids. Just a little wading pool. You know, I think that I recognize that sound. I think that's the sound of a scarab beetle, dude. I don't know why, but I just feel compelled to draw a picture of a scarab beetle on, you know, on this screen right here. Just kind of, I feel that way. Well, we'll just leave that there. And I can walk past it. I see ladders down there. Yeah, I think this... Oh, we're in that hole in the rock. Okay. Okay, it's time for a puzzle. Village time. Yeah, look at that. This is where the submersible thing was. It's looking more and more like a submarine now that it's down here in the water. Alright. I'm going to take a break and rest my voice, and then we'll do a puzzle. Alright, I brought up a new clean page of notes because I feel like this one might take a minute. So let's see what we got. Is this a button on top? No. Is the hatch closed? Yes. We have what I think is like a depth gauge here, because this silver bit was at the bottom, but now it's full of water. So, I don't know what that means. We've got left and right levers. Okay. Whoa. Alright. Rotational options. And then presumably this is go. Alright, let's start writing this down. Okay, so from the entry point, we went to the right, and now there is a fork in the road. Yep, that's showing up good. Let's go again. So cool. You can see like the underwater bubbles and the holes in the lake. So weird. Okay. I think we're at a platform now. Is this a dead end? Can we go forward again? Okay, dead end there. Alright, what do we got? There it is. The sound effect. The most painful one. Okay. That's where we got in, over there, I think. Where are we now? Oh, okay. I think we're underneath... Yeah, the balcony. Okay, let's add a note for that. Alright. Let's go up. Hello. Lots of levers. 5 of them. Oh, okay. And a view of the lake. Okay. So we can see this area where we closed the floor underneath another skull of one of these walrus rails. And then I think we just went past this. Yeah, so it looks like from the start we went this way, and then we took this fork to here. Another fork would go over here and maybe loop around. I see like more track over here. Don't know how we get to this one. Maybe it's like gotta like do a K-turn or it goes around. Okay. What do these levers do? They don't make any noise. I mean, like, I don't hear like a, you know, in the distance, like something's happening. All right, take a mental picture. Do you see the difference? I'll give you a hint. Try to leave now, we're going to have problems. Because we can't get to the thing anymore. It's like the pathway's gone. You can see over here there's another similar looking pathway with a ladder going down into one of these holes. Interesting. Let's try the other way. Ah, look at that. Now it goes out. And so does this one. Look at that. It sticks way out over the gap now. Okay. So hopefully now we can get access to other places. I think I gotta turn around first. So I think If there's another path forward, it might be left. I think this is our steering column here. And let's go forward. Look at those cutscenes. So we were talking about it before, that with Gehn being trapped here, even if he had inks and books, he still... Yeah, there is a fork here too. Okay. I wonder if this is... I think my drawing is wrong. So I think it was actually like... Yeah, so even if Gehn had paper and books, he wouldn't be able to write a book back to Dunny. Because if he wrote another descriptive book, it would link to a different Dunny. And he can't write a linking book to Dunny without being on Dunny. So he could write linking books to other places, like new ages that he wrote, but he couldn't go back to old ages. That's like the scariest thing about linking through a linking book. If you don't bring with you a linking book that you've already written in the place you want to return to, there's no reason to expect you to ever be able to get back. It's pretty wild. It's actually an event in the book of Atrus. That sound effect. Oh god. At least this is a case where it makes sense. This is literally a hatch on a submarine. Rusty submarine. It's perfect. When Atrus writes, hello, his first age, before they even start writing, Gehn tells him the first rule of writing ages is you always write a linking book back home. Literally, before you ever go to a new age that you've written, even after you've checked for contradictions and like made sure everything's perfect, you always write a linking book back home and bring it with you. And the first time Atrus linked to one of his own ages, he forgot. And his father brought one and thoroughly scolded him. Okay, looks like someone's learning how to write here. Someone's been grading this in red ink. And we've got letters on the walls. We now recognize this as Dunny's script. What do you think this says? Ah, here it is again. This word is Gehn. And it appears here. Gehn, Gehn, Gehn. We could try to translate this, but I imagine it's in Dunny, so it's probably nonsense, but just so you know, that pattern there that looks kind of like ENL or EML, that's actually GEN, Gehn. And we've got these lamps. Look at these lamps with like the little, I think those are the whale guys. There's like a tusk in the front or another flipper. Hard to tell. There's a skylight in this school. I can't look up to see it though. Views like this remind me of Dust. Just like, yeah, it's just like a adobe wall. This looks familiar.
Terekoi Danni, ki bayem revat, arroyem betig tavom, ga bodona gayem.
What is this? I guess he's waiting for someone to repeat it back? That's how long that pause was. Also, the only word I knew in that was Dunny. He said Dunny. So I guess he's speaking in the Dunny language, saying something about Dunny. Interesting. So I think from context clues here, we can gather that this is a school. It's got that elementary school thing where you put all the letters of the alphabet around the walls. It's got a recording of the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, I don't know what else Gehn would have everybody repeat back to him through a recording like this. It's got a chalkboard with like notes on it about Gehn, apparently. I can only imagine what they're being taught here. Then we have something else to play with. What is this? Hello. All right, I'm going to write school on my notes. And then I think if we briefly look at our other notes pages, not that one, this one, we'll see that symbol that's down there in the middle. That's already a symbol we've seen before. Okay, so now comes the most remarkable, intuitive puzzle, and I just love it. I love it. This is such a beautiful way in the world, like not like the best in the world. This is the best in-universe way I've ever seen to teach the player something. And this is the kind of puzzle that I think makes Riven such an awesome game. Okay, we got... Are we playing Hangman? What is this? We got some people, I think, hanging up here. Little totems. There's a symbol. Whoa, okay. And the whole thing spins. And at the bottom there's a hungry whale. A new symbol appeared, and this guy lowered. Huh. Okay. Okay, the guy on the left is lowering a lot more than the guy on the right. Another symbol. Okay. That was a lot that time. Nice, another new symbol. It's like a plus. Oh shit. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, he got eaten by the whale. Did we like reset the puzzle? It's game over. Oh no, this guy keeps going? You play again from here? Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. So, I'm going to start drawing all the symbols that we see. So I'll just make an inventory. Alright, there's the first one. And I'll just keep drawing the new ones while we watch these little animations play. See if you can figure out what exactly we're looking at here before I tell you. Got that one. We recognize that one. Ooh, we got eaten. That symbol is the one that Gehn uses. And he has it on his like medallion thing that he wears. That's one of the ones that we've seen on the eyeballs. So we'll add that. And I'm just going to keep doing this until I get to the point where I feel like I'm not getting anything new anymore. Okay, we saw that one already. That's a new one, like a bow and arrow. If there's a set number that can appear, the longer we collect them, the the more times on average we're going to have to try in order to get a new one, because we've got 7 different options. So if there's like 20 of these, we're going to start to run out. Once we get to like 15, we'll just get lots and lots of repeats. A lot of these seem to be made up of similar components. There's like a K shape on the left. There's a there's a vertical and horizontal line. There's like a bow shape, just a curve, but that's either on the left or on the bottom. Oh! Loser. I wonder how they programmed these animations. Like, there must have been a lot of there must be a lot of logic code behind this. Oh, there's one with just a bow on the left. Okay. So what you may have already puzzled out is what this means. If you haven't yet, just go back and watch the last minute or two of the video again and just think about it. Kind of, maybe take some notes, look at it for yourself. But this is such a cool piece of world building to me. And I just love how, like, it's something that totally could exist, and the fact that it does exist gives you this amazing tool to learn something cool. And then on top of that, it's good flavor for the world. Alright, here's the spoilers. So, in case you haven't figured it out yet, yes, oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to save over here, thanks. I got 9 different symbols. These are numbers. Each of these symbols tells us how many times the rope will lower the man. And then if he gets to the bottom, he gets eaten. That's the game, right? So let's start collecting data. Okay, so that symbol looks like it's 10. What makes this puzzle trickier is when someone gets to the bottom, they get eaten. So we don't actually know what the number was. Well, we know it's at least 4. But that's not super helpful. What we really are looking for here is to figure out the system. Okay, that's 1. Knowing the symbol for 1 is probably useful. It's useful in most number systems. Look at that. The K symbol is a 3. And, oh, and that guy got eaten. So we don't get to know what that number is. Not this round, at least. I just love the fact that this game exists. It's like the most simple, like, counting game. You're literally just like rolling a die, and the guy moves a certain number of spaces, and whoever rolls higher, eventually is gonna get eaten. And that's the whole game. It's like a perfect, simple game for children. This is like the Rivenese equivalent of Snakes and Ladders. You're literally just teaching them how to count and making it fun. But the six. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And you're just teaching them how to count, but making it fun. And making it in a way that tells the player, hey, here's the numbers. Like, I don't know, 1 through 9, 1 through 10. And then, on top of that, you're showing the player, hey, look at this horrible, like, graphic children's game where people get lowered upside down into a whale's mouth. What kind of fucking culture have they got here where they're doing that to people? Oh! Alright, I'm going to cut ahead until I have collected all the symbols that I can find and all the numbers that I can figure out. Because it's just basically more of this as I have to randomly roll numbers I haven't gotten before. Okay, I think I've got all of them now. Let me rewrite them in ascending order. I didn't end up finding a 10th symbol. I only had 9 when I cut away. Now that there were 10s, and it looks like the numbers 1 through 10. So let me redraw them in order a little more neatly. Okay, so here's the numbers 1 through 10 in ascending order. And at this point, a pattern might jump out at you. It doesn't hold for 5 and 10, but for 1, 6, 2, 7, 3, 8, 4, 9, the way you go up by 5 is by adding the symbol for 5, which is this bar across the middle. So maybe I should actually write this a little bit differently. Like this. So if we start counting from 0, things line up a little nicer. So in order to go from 0 through 4 up to 5 through 9, you just add the symbol for 5, which is this horizontal bar. So you see 1, add the crossbar, you get 6. 2, add the crossbar, you get 7. So we can kind of guess, and I don't know if it's actually like a real thing or not, but if we were to do the opposite, take the symbol for 5 and remove the bar, would we go back then to get the symbol for 0, which would just be a blank box? Maybe. It doesn't show up in this game, like, I think both in the general sense and in the sense of this Go Fish game. What's interesting is 10 breaks the pattern. Something different is happening there. And what we really have to figure out here is, what is the symbol for 10? Let me draw it a little bit more cleanly, and we can take a look at what we think it is. It's tough to draw these things on honestly, it's tough to get them to look good in general, but drawing them on a touchscreen makes it even more fun. So let me hold this really still. There we go. It's a little neater. So you may notice, just like the symbol for 7 is 2 with a line through it, the symbol for 10 is 2 rotated to the left. So that's interesting. And it makes me wonder, like, how would we make the remaining numbers? I'll tell you this much. If I was going to make the remaining numbers, I would make a nice, perfectly straight and nicely readable 0 symbol for me to write everything else in, and I'd copy paste it. So I'm not going to do that right now, but you can think about this. Take it as an exercise. See if you can figure out what the symbol for 11, 12, 13, and 14 would be. In the meantime, let's continue to Let's Play, because I believe we've learned all we can in this school. And we still have some mapping to do outside. You know, I'm curious. What were they learning to write? This first one looks like it's an attempt at Gehn. I don't know what the rest of this is. I basically only know one word of Dunny. And I can't write it, I can only read it. Alright, back in the tank, boys. So we're at a dead end now, so I think we gotta turn around, head back out into the open water. Gotta love these deliberate cutscenes. So great. Gotta tell you though, I'm not entirely sure what the thermometer thing on the left is meant to, or on the right is meant to show us. Okay, so from here we need to go left to go somewhere new. So let's just go again. Try to picture in my head where we'll end up here. I think we should be under that big circular cage with the floor we open and close from the throne of bones. Let's look up. It's that sound effect, baby. So what's interesting is if you haven't extended these platforms like we did with those levers over there, you just wouldn't be able to get out here. It's just kind of a dead end. Oh, hello. Okay. We are here. What the hell? What's that sound? It sounds like a cannon going off. Hmm. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, you got a lever. Oh, look at how the cutscene for that is perfectly contained within the little window in the background. Oh, it's like a swing. All right, let's go for a ride, shall we? Whee! You can only do this if you close the floor previously. And here we are up top. Nice. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god! Yeah, at this point you should have a moment of, oh no. Oh no. I mean, I'll draw a little picture of what's happening here. I think from there, you know, it's pretty clear that there's some danger. There's some danger here. So yeah, they sacrifice people here. This is like a way they feed giant fish. Those monsters we've been seeing. These giant skulls. They strap people in here like a sacrifice to Kali Ma, and then hang them down there when the floor's open, and the fish come up and chomp them like it's fucking Jurassic World. Out here at fucking SeaWorld. And yeah, and then there's a little game in the schoolhouse that teaches kids how to count. That's based on the gallows. Fucking oh my god, look. It's Joe. I think. Is that Joe? No. That's somebody else. Different person. I believe Joe had a darker skin tone and a slightly different outfit too. Just staring at me. Well, I mean, maybe this person will help me? I don't know how to speak Rivenese or Dunny. So I kind of doubt that I can talk to this person. Alright, well, while we're here, I seem to recall... look at these catwalks. Look at these views. Look at these vistas. Yeah, there was a ladder here. That we can lower. Perfect. We saw that earlier. Yeah, there's a little viewfinder again. Alright, well. Oh, hello. Can we just let this guy out of jail? I really hope this doesn't result in us getting murdered. Alright, buddy. Oh, hello? Sir? I expect him to be standing right here, ready to whack us. Okay. This is where he was sitting. What the hell? Oh, what the hell? No, the only other thing we can interact with is this gross sewer grate. Oh, it makes the same sound as the thing. Ew, it's a toilet. Let me just stick my hand in here. Oh my god. He shat out a handle. Horrifying. Oh, no. Oh. It wasn't just something that he excreted. Hear the Discovery music kick in. I love it. Look at this. Beautiful. Just a big fake wall. And now, I'm just clicking through darkness here. We may encounter a steam bug. Oh, look at this. It's just a dead end. Okay. Can't go any farther. Huh? That's it. Okay. Interesting. Well, it sure is dark in here. And we didn't encounter this guy, so we're still kind of trying to answer the question of where the hell did that guy go? If you look carefully, this little thing, oh, it's interactive. It's like a little light. It's like a little light. So now when we turn around, we can see a little better, and we see enough to turn on the lights in front of us as we go. And look at this. Oops. All right, I'll just get the rest of them. Okay. Now, yeah. Oh. You would never find that in the dark. Hello? Mr. Rivenese man? Where have you... Oh. Look at this shit. There's this symbol over here we've seen. It looks just like those daggers out there. Look at this. We're in like a standing stone circle. Look at this. Huh. Drawing looks really familiar. I just can't quite put my finger on where I've seen it before. Just, I don't know. It seems very, very familiar. Oh, hello. And if we click on it, it goes down. Look at this. It's like a bunny rabbit. I don't know what that is. A gorilla? Oh, this guy looks like one of those seals we saw. Got like little birds and stuff. Alright, let's just start pushing more of them. There's like a bitey fish. Got like a little bug. Oh shit. Oh! The other ones all went back up. Can I like... Oh, I can. I can undo it. Okay. So we put in 5 things, and then when I tried to do a 6th one, it reset on us. So it looks like we're looking for 5 animals. Look at a little shrew. Oh, a little hoppy frog. And a beluga whale? Huh. A little boar? This is wild. Lobster. Oh, I love it. Well, can't go over here and get a closer look at this, whatever it is. Huh. Well, I don't think we know what to do with this yet, so we'll leave it for now. But I will say, some of you are probably seeing some of the puzzle solutions that I'm getting to. Maybe you're thinking a little too quickly. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've done it before. I'm trying to make it as much of like storytelling procedure as possible, but you know, I'm still gonna not stand around for 20 minutes figuring it out like I did the first time, or you know, hours like I did the first time. But it's at this point when you find that room and you see those symbols that you start thinking, hey, maybe some of these animals that I've seen around are actually important. And you start trying to do things like sneak up on the seals slowly. And then you get to that room with the light and you realize you can summon the whale walrus. It's very cool. Oh, you know what? We didn't actually even finish going around down here, did we? I can go ahead and spoil it for you. We've found all the places there are to go on this track. The rest of it just loops from here back to right here. So there's another entry that goes over to that part. So if we needed to get over there again, we could either walk the long way or we could hop in the thing and go around a little more. So I'll just go ahead and fill that in. We can kind of see it from here, to be honest. So, you know, not too crazy. The fact there's only one intersection, but it still feels like confusing is interesting to me. Okay, let's go this way. I want to exit through these caves and go back to the woodland. Well, what was once the woodland. Remember that time we saw a bug? Isn't that cool? There's an area we haven't explored yet, and honestly, most people, as soon as they see this, they jump right the fuck in. But, eagles! It's actually not an eagle sound. You see this and you're just like, oh, yeah, alright, we're doing this now. Let's go. Whee! Oh shit. Down, down, down in a burning ring of fire. Are we underwater? This is crazy. We're going through like an underwater tube. But there's no tube, there's just a series of red rings. It's wild. And look where we're going. There's a locked door up there, remember? We've found our path to the other island. The one which had previously presented us with 2 different locked doors. So yes, this is how you get over here. And it's kind of funny, most people go here right away because it's the easiest place to find next. But it's actually kind of designed so that you have to find it through this first route. You can't go the long way around. Oh, alright, that's a nice bumper stop at the end. That's always good when you have a smooth finish. Ah! Ow. But there should be an animation of me standing up after that. Okay, well, I kind of get the feeling that we just got, like, shooted into some industrial machinery or something. Can I go back, hello? Can I go back up? Nope. Alright, I guess we live here now. Oh, look at this. Whatever it is doesn't work. Alright. That looks familiar. I'm just going to reach over here to my viewer and turn on one of these drawings that we saw. Huh. Look at that. If this is starting to tell you a story, you're doing it right. Okay, let me switch back to... Oh gosh, I don't know what page of notes. It's fine, we'll just stay here. Alright, well there's a room with a giant Bunsen burner under it. That's what it looks like. Can I go over here? Yeah, look at this. There's just like this huge caldera with a big lake in the middle. It's pretty. Look at this. It's like a turbine or something. And then... Okay, it's a wood chipper. It's a shredder. So they put wood in from the other island, and it rides the minecart over to here, gets dropped down the chute, falls in here, gets ground up, spat out right here, and becomes these wood chips. Okay. Can we go back? Presumably the minecart needs to be able to return. Oh yeah, there's a lever. Okay, so we can go back. It's not a one-way trip like it is for the wood. Whoops, how did I turn around? Oh, I immediately climbed onto a ladder. Of course I would have to turn around. Clunk. Oh, he slams it like a toilet bowl. It's so funny. Oh, hello. Alright, out here in the center of the lake we have a handle. Okay. It's got 3 settings. Alright, well, start on the leftmost one. Looks like there's pipes. Okay, so there's a pipe There's a pipe going in. There's 3 pipes going out, I assume, based on the handle. So the first one goes up there to a building, apparently, up there, like a walkway. And then this one goes over here to this building. And the one that it's set to now goes over to the wood chipper. Alright. Does this mean this works now? Can we chip some wood? Man. Can you imagine if Gehn had just been standing here waiting for us when we came down that chute and we just got turned into, like, mincemeat? Whew! Alright, well. I guess the next place we want to point it at is this building right here. So let's see what we can do. Can I go underneath? I can see... Oh, I can walk underneath. Yeah, there's definitely flames down here. Big pipe. 2 big pipes. 3 big pipes. Alright. Whoa. Yeah, look at this. I can just walk around the back. Or walk along the ground. Huh. Is there... Oh, there's a ladder. Okay. So, another pipe goes up there. Alright. Well, let's not move on just yet. Let's finish exploring this building. Can I go inside? This one says red. Okay. Oh, okay, we got a puzzle here. We got 2 pipes. I think that's the input. Yeah, that's power. Or hot steam, I guess. And a little diverter. Okay. And then 1 pipe goes up here. Oh, and it turns around this way. Zoop. Okay. And then it looks like there's boiling water in there. Second pipe goes over here to this lever. Let's see if that does. See a little bubble appear too. Whoa. Something's going up in there. Oh, above the level of the water. Oh shoot, I didn't even realize there's another handle on the right here. And then there's a crank here. What is that going to do? Okay. Oh, okay. It's like a giant boiler. Alright, well... What is this? I don't know. I'm not sure what this guy is. Alright, well... Looks like the water's not boiling, and we raised a platform, so... Can we go in now? Oh my god, it's like a pressure vessel. Alright, let's see. Yeah, look at this. Well, there's a ladder that goes down, but we don't want to breathe not air, so... And there's the window. Okay, and we can see where the bar is. Okay, so I guess the puzzle is to get the platform up, but the water down, so we can go down there. Alright. This might be the most, like, standalone Myst-style puzzle in the whole game. It's just a bunch of levers. Honestly, I kind of love Myst puzzles that are just a bunch of levers. Alright, so let's figure out what things do. This raises and lowers the platform, it looks like. Probably want that to be up. I wonder if we had to turn the lever to the right in order for that to work. Because it looks like it's getting power from that right pipe at the fork on the left side there. So let's see, if I turn the power to the other thing... Whoa! The water lowered. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Interesting. Does this work now? No. Okay, that's what I thought. So, how did that work? Okay, so I think this lever on the right... Yeah, it's hot again. Okay, even though the water's not there, the fire is on. Okay, so this lever on the right just turns the gas on and off. So let's shut off the flames. Platform's raised. I think this is the solution, but I want to know what this did. Oh, look at that. It's refilling with water. I guess that thing up there's a pump. So instead of the steam power flowing this way, it's now flowing up here to this guy. Oh, look, the gas is up there now. It's not actually out, it's just burning up top. So when I opened this, it's not like there's water pouring out or anything, but I guess it breaks the pressure seal on the pump and just lets the room drain again by gravity. Okay. Okay, I'm with you. Alright, so that's empty. I think that puzzle's done. Let's go ahead and turn off power to that room. Just to make sure. Oh yeah, it's like a drain. Look at that. It's drawing water in. Interesting. I wonder if the door will still work. Yeah, cool. I guess the door doesn't run off the steam power. Okay. Oh. Oh, geez. Seriously? You want me to crawl through a pipe? Okay, he wants me to crawl through a pipe. Pipe, 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 pipe. There's a ladder at the end. What the hell? Is this meant for people to crawl through? Oh, we gotta jump out. Alright. Where are we? It's like a drain pipe. There's just water down here. Okay. Where did we end up? Oh, we're on top. We're way out. Oh, we crawled through this. Holy cow. I think? No, we crawled through this one. Out that way. Okay. Look at this. Alright, now we're up top. Wasn't there a ladder here, though? Couldn't I have just climbed the ladder? Am I losing it? Interesting. Was there not? Where does that ladder go? Oh, hello. Look at this. I see. The ladder's blocked by this, and we have to open it from this side. Alright, let's just leave that open. Cool. Okay. Yeah, so if we had done this before, it would have been sealed and we wouldn't have been able to open it. Okay. Now let's go inside then. Oh, look. This is where that last pipe comes to. There's a vent fan in here. Alright, it looks a very office industrial. What about this? Oh, it's like a little bear trap made out of a colander. Toink! Nice. And then we got... I'm not sure what over here. Pellets? They look like rabbit poo. Oh, I can pick them up and they turn pixelated. Okay. Oh, look at this. We can lower this bear trap down into this cave? Don't know why we'd want to, but we can. Well, if it's a trap, this has got to be bait. So let's bait it. Doink. And then I guess we gotta send it down open so that whatever takes the bait will chunk. Be trapped in a colander. Alright, good luck, little mouse or whatever it is that lives in this cave. Question now is, how long are we gonna have to stand here waiting to see if this works? It's like fishing, we're just gonna be waiting for a while. Wish I could see. You think we'll hear it when it shuts? Will there be a distant clunk? Yep, that's a fan. It's honestly kind of weird that it even lets me climb up here. Oh, well, let's see if we got anything. I feel like I would hear it close. Yeah, it doesn't close. Okay. Well, bait's still there. I guess we'll just leave it for longer. Let's look around elsewhere in this cave and we'll come back to it. I'm sure that once it's triggered, it'll last for a while. So there's another path over there. I don't think there's a way to get to it from down there. There's another pipe that goes this way. Oh, you know what? That's the really big pipe that comes from the giant dome. It's one of the 5 big pipes. And that goes down in here somewhere. So it looks like there should be like more ways to go in here. There's a path here. There's a big pipe in here going to some machinery or something. But there's no like junctions. So frustrating. Maybe I just can't see it because my eyes aren't adjusted. Let's close the doors. You know, help us see a little better. Oh, you son of a bitch. It's the old behind the door trick. Honestly, this is probably the most nefarious thing in the whole game right here. Alright, let's go this way first. Well, look at that. We got ourselves another spinny dome. That's got... Oh yeah, there it is. The big pipe comes down to this dome. Okay, so we're learning things. The domes are connected by the big pipes to the really big dome. Also, there's another symbol here. So I assume... Hello. That looks like an eyeball. I assume we can get to that. Oh, fool me once. Shame on you. Shame on you, designers of this game. This is why Riven is harder than Myst. This right here. You have to do that twice. It's fucking great. Alright, what symbol are we drawing here? It's like vertical line. Okay. Let me jump to a different page of notes. Because I think we've reached the point where we've seen these in a few places. So back on the first page, I took note that the village had an eyeball symbol. And then on this one, we saw a flat symbol on Map Island. So let me just start adding them to this page. So map is... Oh, look at that. Orange, okay. That's Map Island. And then we just saw... This one's a vertical line. So I guess we'll call this, like... Paper Island? Because this is where, like, the boiler is and the paper shredder and stuff. And then, what was the one we just saw? Village Island was a vertical line eye, so Village Island was the symbol for red. Which is weird, but there it is, I guess. Alright, so we'll just save those. And I guess we never did find out what the symbol, what the color there would be. But I guess our guess is still purple. Alright, let's try and press this button. Oh, I was late. I had to click twice because I had tabbed out. Nice. Sure enough, it's another weird dome. Look at this. Yeah, there's a book in there. That's got to be a linking book, right? If it's got a combination lock on it, it's got to be important. Alright. We still don't know the combination, though. But we have learned how to write numbers, so if we find a combination, maybe we'll actually be able to read it. That's something. Oh, let's see if we caught anything in our trap. Oh yeah, we got something. This is exciting. Do we hear anything? Hopefully it didn't just snap shut on nothing. Oh, look at him! Oh, he's like a little poison dart frog. He's adorable. And more than that, he's familiar. Or at least that sound he made was familiar. So you know what? I'm just gonna... He's so cute. I'm just gonna draw a little picture of him. A little froggy. Yes, it's a frog. Don't question me. Beautiful, huh? The pieces are starting to come together. Interestingly, now that we know numbers, we know what these symbols over here mean. So maybe we can translate a few of these, huh? While we're at it. What is that first one? The K one? That's a 3, right? Okay. So, we'll put... It's so annoying, I gotta click on the other window sometimes in order to get it to go. We'll put a 3 there. And then, I happen to remember the rest of these. It's 4. That one right there with the bar across is 5. And then the bow symbol is a 2. So, I'll just fill those in. You can check my work for me on the other page if you really want. But, yeah, look at that. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we can find something with a 1 on it, I actually feel pretty confident about this. Alright, let's go this way now. Yeah, look at this. Oh, hello, look at this. There's like a power cable or something running along here. Look at this. So pretty. What in the world? What does that do? We'll investigate in a minute. Oh my god! It's locked on both sides. This building is a troll, dude. Oh, look at that! And here we have the long-ass bridge back to the giant dome. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, well let's... It's frustrating. Let's figure out what this lever did. The chain goes all the way along the side here, then up over the side. Whoop. This is where that pipe goes. That pipe goes to that trap, so maybe the chain is in here too? Is it like... Oh, look at that! The fan's off. I guess it's... Oh yeah, there it is, look. It's a power cable for the fan. Alright. I guess now we can just take that... Oh! No, it's not that's not a Sierra game. We're not going to take the fan with us. We're going to crawl through a pipe again. It's a motif. This island has a crawling through tubes motif. Hello. Where are we coming out? This is some Born Identity shit. Or Mission Impossible. Look at this. We are in this room. Voila. Now the door is unlocked. Hopefully permanently. Wait, did you just lock it again? Dumbass. I don't know what pushing the button does, but... Do they lock automatically when, when they close? I don't know, it's hard to tell. I'm not going to walk out there and get locked out just to find out. In any case, I'm going to get some water, take a little break, and then we'll explore this cool room we found. Alright, let's have a look around, shall we? First desk here, we have a magnifying glass looking at the pith in the middle of a piece of wood. Interesting. We have... Oh, this is a bookbinder. I'm familiar with this. These strings run along the spine of the book before the wrapping is attached. You can see a partially finished one there, I think. This is a stamp of some kind, perhaps just a press. More glues and binding. And if you look really close, you can see there's a question mark right here. Because that's what the game does when it can't find a texture. And they forgot to put a texture on the front of this book. Whoops. Got ink. Is this a piece of wood or an unfinished book? Alright, well. Oh, hello. A book press. Perfect. Well, it's pretty clear, at least, that this lab's used for binding books. And considering what that means for Gehn, I can only assume that he's not, he's not in here printing Bibles, you know what I mean? He's trying to make a linking book. Question is, where to? Look at this. Oh, we got a little test version of this trap. They look like shotgun shells. I'm not sure what those are. It's a little distillation device with scissors, calipers. There's a little dome. Oh, look at that. Oh, there's water in it. I didn't even see that. Now it's boiling. Or doing something. Whoa. It all went up to the top. Look at that. Now it's going back down. What the hell? Alright, well, we know water on this age does weird things, so there it is. There's actually a funny point in one of the books where Atrus drinks some soup, or eats some soup that was made on Riven. That doesn't seem to realize that the water needs to be, like, properly cooked. And he ends up with soup that's trying to, like, float out of his mouth. Oh, not the frogs. I hate to see that. Oh, you know what? These might be pipe packs. This is like a pack of tobacco rounds that he's making for his pipe. Pipe also features prominently in the book. Hi, Mr. B. Are you going to make an appearance in another video? You're just going to put your bare butthole right down on my hand? Yes, you're a good cat. There's a furnace in the middle here, it looks like. Does it get cold on Riven? Holy shit, there's a book in here. Yep. If that... I'm not going to click on it, because who the hell knows what that'll do to me, but that certainly looks like an attempt at a linking book. It's too small to be a descriptive book. It's too thin. But a linking book can be fairly short, fairly portable. Mr. P's rubbing his face on things. Alright, there was a third desk. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, we got notes. We got dates. Grapes or something. Like plums. Oh, hi, Mr. B. Are you purring? You want to purr directly into the mic for us? I don't think it's coming through, Mr. B. You're not purring loud enough. Alright, let me eject the kitty cat. He's being very sweet, but I've been loving him for like an hour now, and he needs to let me do my thing. You gotta go, bud. Yeah, I know, I'm a bad man. You know, being trapped in an age with no way out wouldn't be so bad if your cat came with you. Of course, I guess Gehn has been here for like 30 years, so He'd probably have to bring a few cats with him and start a new Rivenese cat population. Look at the good drink rings. That's hilarious. All right, we got another journal. Let me moisten my palette here. Okay. The latest ink formulation has proven a failure. Even when writing in my most promising books, I obtain only the barest glimmer of a connection. It is frustrating to expend so much effort creating a blank book, only to end up destroying it when it doesn't work. There are days when the lab is uncomfortably warm from the flames of these failed attempts. The further I refine each element, the formulations of the ink and the paper, the physical dimensions of the books, the more I realize that the list of potential combinations is nearly infinite. It is during moments like these that I despair. Without access to Dunny, my long-term goals may never be accomplished. Nevertheless, there are avenues of research which remain to be explored. I am discontinuing regular observation of the stars beneath the fissure. Although I've been able to track the dark cloud-like formations that migrate through the star field, and have proven that their paths are cyclical, without proper instrumentation it is pointless to continue. My general theory concerning the nature of the fissure has remained unaltered since it first appeared. It seems that the fabric of this age has been breached in a way that permits matter to be hospitably exchanged between two discrete but overlapping spaces, much like a link, but the apparent physical contradictions surrounding this juncture defy logical reason. The great column of wind that was formed when the fissure first appeared suggests a vacuum as one might expect in space, yet my early experimentation revealed the presence of a breathable atmosphere. That, and Athos and Catherine threw themselves into the void, is further evidence that it might be safe to travel, but without knowing its true nature, I cannot take the risk myself. It is also difficult to say what would happen if I were to reopen it after so long, but it is likely that the results would be catastrophic, given the changes that have occurred in this age since that time. Maintenance on the steam vent caps completed, I am extremely pleased with the continued success of this system. I believe the construction to have been true to the Dunny designs of my memory, another example of the superiority of the Dunny technology. It's ironic that Atrus and Catherine unwittingly provided me with such a convenient source of power. And look at this. Here we see a picture of one of those steam domes we talked about. What he's talking about here is when they wrote those changes into the age to briefly destabilize Riven before restabilizing it, it created these fissures in the earth, not the star fissure, but actual like lava fissures. And now Gehn has steam power. As with many of my views over the years, my thoughts regarding the origin of the fissure have changed. I have recently begun to wonder whether it was actually an unexpected byproduct of the changes Catherine and Atrus wrote into this age during their escape. Certainly by casting their linking book into the void, they trapped me here quite effectively, but I do not believe that Atrus intended the book to be lost in this manner. Much better to destroy it than to risk the possibility of its falling into unknown hands. Also, had they foreseen the creation of the fissure, they would surely have thought that the vacuum it created would eventually consume the atmosphere of this planet, a fate which Catherine undoubtedly would have deemed unacceptable for her home world. If I had not been there to supervise the construction of the seal, this is most certainly what would have happened, for the villagers were far too frightened to even approach the vortex without my urging. I hold on to the belief that it was an unintended consequence of their writing for another reason as well. I prefer to think that my son had meant for this age to be merely a prison for me, rather than a death sentence. The construction of the imagers has proceeded without fault. It is interesting to see how easily I have been able to adapt the Dunny technology to mimic that of the Ahmad. In some ways, the similarities between the two cultures were striking. The Ahmad is, I believe, a distant human culture from which Gehn's wife was born. I wonder if perhaps there had been communication or commerce between the two cultures in earlier times. Maybe Kita's people were descendants of the Dunny. It pleases me to think so. Kita being his wife. And here we see this imager technology. Interesting. And this looks like the thing in the schoolroom. It's possible that if I were somehow able to supply the books with a power source of sufficient magnitude, I could suppress the variance enough to facilitate a solid link. It is doubtful that the geothermal cap generators could provide such an enormous surge. Perhaps I could adapt the fire marbles. Fire marbles are an interesting piece of Dunny technology. I'll give you a little look behind the curtain here. In the book, Gehn uses them both as a source of light in lanterns, and he also uses them as a means to ignite his pipe. So they seem to have varying properties between producing light and heat. So fire marble is a good description. I've been cataloging the natural elements of this age for nearly 30 years now, yet still I continue to find evidence of the Dunny preoccupation with 5. As a boy, it was very clear to me that the number 5 had a special significance to the Dunny society. From the ancient heraldic emblems of the ruling elite to the humble homes of the commoners, it was ubiquitous. Its presence here is obviously a direct reflection of the minds that designed the texts that I used to compose this age. Further proof that through their art, the Dunny masters were indeed creating the marvelous worlds they wrote, and not, as many have mistakenly thought, merely building links to pre-existing worlds. While most of my constructions have been based on Dunny designs, I see now that the ones that I have imbued with the power of 5 are clearly the most beautiful, the most perfect, and I believe the most structurally sound. I am still attempting to determine how the Dunny color symbology reflects this superior design principle. Although superficially it is based on a 6-color system, I am convinced that there has to be a deeper connection to 5. I will continue to investigate. And then he's drawn some symbols. Okay. Those look like the eyeballs that we've got in our notes already. I remember, yeah. And it looks like he's written them in a slightly different order. Interesting. He has them going the other way. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. And then the one we think might be purple at the end. Okay, no new information there, I suppose. I've finally made a breakthrough. I've succeeded in modifying the fire marbles to generate enough power to hold a descriptive linking book in a stable matrix. I have linked to a new world. It is a harsh and desolate age, but is nonetheless well suited for my purposes, and so I have dubbed it my something. Okay, we're going to try and write that down. It looks like numbers. Let me pull up the same page I had up before here. Okay, so it looks like, just draw this. I guess if you have 2 numbers, you can just write them connected. That makes sense. Da, da, da. Okay. A crappy drawing, but it's clear what it means at least. By studying it closely, I believe I will eventually be able to create a more appropriate age for us to resettle on. For now, I will build an office and set up my living quarters there, in order that I may conduct my experiments in safety and without distraction. Look at this, it's like a mountain with like an ocean and like an underwater vent or something. Here we have the power of 5. There's 5 things in a circle. And then that looks like a giant like radar dish over a building with a cave. Interesting. I must admit that I am proud of my work. To think that in such primitive conditions, I have accomplished in 29 years what it took the original Dunny centuries to achieve. Note, repair outerwear for work on this world. The goggles may need to be redesigned altogether. You may have noticed in the art at the very beginning of this video that Gehn is depicted as wearing a set of goggles, and Atrus does as well, actually. He has them on in some of the FMVs in this game and the next, I believe. They are part of the backstory in Book of Atrus. Because the Dunny Society lived underground for so long, their eyes grew quite accustomed to darkness, and the sunlight of the surface is painful for them. So they wear special filtered goggles that are basically sunglasses, although Atrus's are also equipped with a magnification technology. So they're kind of like sunglass binoculars all in one. And I suppose they would also protect you from wind. I have begun construction on a series of link sites for each island that will connect Riven with my new office on some new place. The Survey Guild has finally completed the site location for each island, according to my exact specifications, and installation of the domes is underway at last. Whoa, okay. So the domes are linking sites. So those books we saw in the domes are linking books, and they link to this age. Okay. Huh. And this is just a few years ago. He said it took him 29 years, and that entry was on 83.911, and then 84.413. So it looks like he was here for 29 years, but he finally got a linking book to work, went to this new age, and now... I wonder... Yeah, he modified the fire marbles to generate enough power for a descriptive linking book. And now he's made... So I guess that descriptive book must be somewhere. And then the books that are around are linking books to that age. Okay. Oh, there goes my Discord notifications. Work on the central power source got off to a bit of a bad start, I'm afraid. But the pace has picked up considerably since then, and I anticipate no further delays. I'm looking forward to finally having a civilized mode of transportation. Yeah, and look at this. Here's the giant dome. Here's the small domes, which apparently extend under the ground. And here's a drawing that we saw already with the 5 islands and the 5 pipes. Okay, so I think at this point we kind of have all the information we need to conclude. This big dome is probably where that big linking book is. That platform up in the center, I bet that's where it is. It's very secure. And then it supplies power to these smaller domes, which have not the descriptive book, but just regular linking books. Okay. Amazing. Due to the rebels' continued disturbances, I've decided to install a coded access system into all of the domes. Whoa. There's some numbers we don't know. But we shall write them down. This will not be readable right away, but I will neatify it later. I caught one of my assistants looking over this journal today. I'm glad I have chosen to write it in a language they cannot decipher. Note, this canonically means that this journal is in English, because his people would speak Rivenese, and he's taught many of them to speak Dunny. So the only language that he would know that we're aware of, that nobody on Riven would speak, would be English. So canonically, this is in English. It's not just in English so we can read it as the player. And I think that's really cool. Note, discuss security with each guild master. No problems expected from the maintainers, educators, and surveyors. Question the bookmakers and builders more closely. I'm going to sneeze. I've brought up here another one of the pictures from that temple. I think now we can understand what's depicting. Obviously, there's Gehn at the top, and underneath him, 5 guild masters, 1 for each guild. And I think going from right to left, we have bookmakers, so they gather paper from a tree. Surveyors, who has those measuring calipers, and the maps of the island in the back. And then, I don't know what the middle one is. I'm going to guess maintainers? They have weapons? So maybe maintainers is like militia? Not sure. And then 4th would be teachers, educators, so that one we guessed. And then builders on the very far left. Very interesting. It seems that Gehn has not only taken it on himself to, he apparently tried to teach some Rivenese how to write ages back in the day, back when materials for books were aplenty. But now he's broken up Rivenese society into the 5 ancient Dunny guilds. So, just another example of him using his power over people. Today I heard several more reports of spirit sightings by some of the villagers. It seems that under Catherine's leadership, the rebels, or the Black Moaiti, as the villagers obstinately insist on referring to them, have attained a new level of sophistication in their terror tactics. and have renewed their campaign to intimidate the villagers into joining them, playing upon their shared superstitions. The villagers are certainly susceptible to this form of coercion, especially given, of late, the rebels' increasing acts of vandalism and theft. Okay, so this is written after Catherine came to Riven. And we know from Atrus's journal that Catherine has been stranded on Riven for almost a year now. So here we're up to 86 now. So this is like the current year. Oh no, it goes all the way up to 87. What's the oldest? Yeah, 87. Okay. So I guess 87 is the current year. So Catherine got here last year. Wow. The Atrus traps have been steadily fruitful this year. Apparently the breakup of the islands has not adversely affected the subterranean ecosystems. Unfortunately, I imagine the rebels are experiencing an equally generous harvest. No shortage of poison for their darts this season. Such morbid issues aside, the sudden availability has allowed me to refine a particularly pleasant extract from my pipe, one that is smoother than any of the others from recent years. So I think we have clues now. Poison and darts. I immediately think of poison dart frogs. So maybe that little frog man we saw, maybe his name is an Ytram. I believe that's a Ytram. And I think it's pronounced Ytram. I can only guess. If it's Ytram or Ytram, I'd be upset, because I think Ytram is a better name. Anyway, chemical analysis of one of the rebel knives has yielded curious results. Its composition contains elements that are unlike anything I've encountered on the islands. It appears they have access to a resource of which I am unaware, perhaps a mine or an uncharted island. And then we see a picture of one of these knives we keep seeing. It's not a Rivenese knife, it's a knife of the Black Moaiti, the rebels. Note, most of these knives have been found on the south side of the village. This is the same area in which there have been reports of people, quote, mysteriously disappearing. I think a closer inspection of the area is warranted. Yeah, we saw a guy mysteriously disappear in the back of the prison, right out of jail. The fact that they leave these distinctive knives as a sign of their presence concerns me. They're growing more bold, and seem no longer to fear discovery of their hideout. The latest measurements indicate that the recent trend has continued. The movement of the islands has slowed tremendously. My previous estimates predicted a total collapse in approximately 3 months, but with the new figures I am uncertain. I have nearly finished writing the somethingth age, and I have every faith that it will indeed be a safe place for us to relocate to. Yet it would be helpful to know what has caused the halt in this age's breakup. Is it possible that it's stable after all? If so, I must discover how this age differs from my less successful attempts. My examinations of the somethingth age have thus far proven inconclusive. Or perhaps someone is repairing the damage to the fifth age. If so, it would almost certainly be Atrus's doing. I have reluctantly decided to abandon my experiments into the behavior of the water on this age, as there are more pressing matters on which I must now concentrate, leaving me little time for such speculative research. For future reference, however, my investigations up to this point have revealed the following. I believe the remarkable properties of the water to be caused by a life form that resides in it, specifically a type of bacteria. I am imagining a motile unicellular organism, but one with structures capable of holding bits of water, whose combined effect, via surface tension, a stronger force, causes the composite body of water to move in response to heat. Prolonged exposure to extreme heat, for example, a period of extended boiling, seems to kill the bacteria, which would explain its dramatic aversion to heat sources. Unfortunately, these theories are not yet fully tested, and I remain ignorant of both its deeper nature and its possible uses. An exciting development. Last night, a squad of maintainers, looks like maintainers are militia, stumbled upon a lone rebel scout and obtained from him a most incredible device. It is a crystal that somehow powers these flawed linking books, much as my own system does, but with an obvious advantage. It is small and weighs only a few pounds, making it completely portable. Catherine must have fabricated the device before I captured her. Obviously, with an explicit dunny schematic she must have brought with her to this age. If only I had access to such a document all these years! Regardless, I can now concentrate solely on the writing of ages, and need no longer worry about building elaborate power supplies for each new book I write. This is a sobering reminder, however, that I must continue to seek an avenue to Dunny. Regaining access to these resources, the resources there, may be crucial to the completion of my mission. Now we see a little drawing with like a linking panel behind it. Interesting. And I believe there was already a loose page here. Most recent entry. Last week, while monitoring the situation of the villagers from the scope in my survey room, oh, the one in the middle of the village that we turned around, I observed one of the natives swim out to a small object that appeared to be floating, but anchored near the entrance to the bay. I ordered the object removed from the water for inspection. Several days later, however, I was surprised to see another floating there. The missing object had apparently, and quite mysteriously, been replaced with a new one overnight. I've long been aware of the existence of similar artifacts on the villagers' island, but have paid little attention to them till now. Tomorrow I shall send surveyors to catalog the others. Look at that. Alright. We have ourselves the 5th number. But what does it correspond to? The number 1. But this one doesn't make a sound when we roll it. That's just the sound of it rolling on the table. Huh. What does that mean? It doesn't make a sound. So, either this one's broken because it's been removed, or this animal doesn't make a sound? I guess we'll have to see. But what's interesting is we now know where he found this. It was the mysterious floating object in the middle of the village. You know, so that's cool. Okay, let's see here. Phew. Well, we've got some more background on Gehn now. Where to next? I think we want to go across the really long bridge to the other side of the large dome, because that's a side of the island that we haven't been able to get to before. Yep, and there's the minecart track. There's the great pipe. Yeah. Sure enough, look at him go. And you can see Gehn's office there. Do we leave this open? Oh, there's a handle here. Thank goodness. I was about to say, which way is this supposed to be? Do we leave it in the right position or not? We did turn on the steam power, I believe. Down here. Look at that. All right, so we've actually made it to the other side of the dome now. Those areas that we couldn't see after doing that first puzzle. Yeah, so I bet the descriptive book is up there. Just a little theory of mine. Okay, there's another exit, but first... Oh yeah, I recognize you from Channelwood. Of course, Gehn has never actually been to Channelwood. It was written after he was imprisoned. Look at this. A walkway with a hole in it. Huh. It leads... Okay, so there's another path down here to this dome. This walkway goes around. I assume to the other side of that... Hello. Of that 5-sided room. Ah! Alright, sweet. Cool. Alright, well, let's keep going. Yep, there's the dome down there. Another great Riven screenshot here. Okay, wait, how do we get to the dome? So we haven't found that path yet, have we? I don't think so. Look at this! The last 2 of these that we threw opened up shutters. Yep, sure enough. And knowing what the future might hold, we left this path open, so we can now actually walk straight through here. Although it's not really an issue because there's a button in here too. Alright, sweet. I want to know how we get to this path down here. Let me see. If we go... So that's to the 5-way room. Yep. Oh, that means we can now go up top. Okay, let's go ahead and raise this. Because now that we can go through the 5-way room from this side, we can come back around to the other side of this. In theory, we could have done it already, I believe, by doing a lot of looping around through different islands and taking a few tram rides, but, you know. I want to go back down and see, where is the path up to this dome? Oh, look at this. Oh, there's a button here now. Okay. Wait, does that... Oh. But the elevator's up there. Oh, shit. It's a 2-part, 2-way elevator? That is very strange. Can I look up from here? Ah, it won't let me. Wait, so... Wow, alright. And look at this. Here's the dome. Sweet. Let's take a look at it. Here. Here. Okay, it looks like that's the eyeball dot. Just round on top. Alright, cool. Let's see if we can click that one. Oh, I missed it. Can't tell if I'm going too early or too late. Oh, come on, I'm totally nailing it. Now I'm trying to go early, trying to go late. By the way, I looked it up. The toy version of this that I was thinking of was called the Viewmaster. At least it's a fun gift to watch. Come on, dude. I got the timing wrong, or is there some other puzzle going on here? Like, is this pointing off at a weird angle or something? I don't think so. Has something changed since the last one that's making it so we're not able to hit this anymore? Okay, I'm just gonna start. Yeah, I just have to go really early. I don't know. At least what seemed really early. Alright, let me make a note here. With the eyeball symbol we saw on Temple Island. Doop! Here we are, another gold dome. And another combination lock. But we know the combination now. So we can get to that linking book. Okay, okay. It's time. We must now decipher the number system. So here's what we have to start from. And I hope you've taken it as an exercise already to try and decipher this yourself. Because it's pretty freaking clever. So let me just copy down onto this next page, because I wrote a nice readable one. The numbers we already know. Okay, 0 we're not sure about, but 1 is a vertical line. 2 is the bow shape. 3 is the K. And 4 is this kind of partial square that I call an F. So it kind of looks like an F if you draw the horizontal line. Okay, so then 5 is the same thing, just with a line horizontally as well. Okay, so there's 1 through 9, and then we know 10 as well. 10 is the weird one, because it looks like to go from 1 to 6, you just add the symbol for 5, right? Actually, something else is going on here. And the connection is a little bit different. The connection is not between 1 and 4 and 6, it's between 1 and 5. It's not a coincidence that these two symbols are so similar, and it's not a coincidence that these two symbols are so similar. So what's actually going on here is not that the numbers are having the thing added to it. It's sort of like the way that numbers are written in this system. There's symbols for 1 to 4. And then you use those symbols 4 times. So, for example, right, there's a block of 4 here, 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 right? And then those 4 symbols form the roots of each of these families at the top. 0 being a blank space would still work for this, but I haven't filled that in for sure. So the way it actually works out is to get to go from up to 5, you take the symbol for 1 and rotate it 90 degrees to the left. To get 10, it's the symbol for 2, rotated 90 degrees to the left. So then what we can figure from here is, okay, 11 would just be the symbol for 10 plus 1. So what we're actually seeing here is, it kind of is like adding 5 to it, but it's more like we're writing the symbols for 1, 2, 3, 4 on top of the symbol for 5, turned 90 degrees. A little bit tricky, but that's how it is. So then for 15, it's the next group, so we rotate the symbol for 3. For 20, we're going to rotate the symbol for 4, which is tricky because it ends up kind of on the top part. Let me just try and draw this as neatly as possible, just so it's clear what I'm doing here. There we go. Okay, so 16 is, so all of the symbols in the 15 column will have the V in the bottom, like 15 does. And to get the numbers that are above those, we add the symbols for 1. Oh, I fucked up on 12. I'll go back to that. 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, 12 is not right. That would be the symbol for a number that doesn't exist, like 10t5. Something like that. 12 should have the bow on the left, just like 2. So what you can see is the way I've written this, everything in one row will have the same like modulo 5 value. So like everything in the ones row will have the symbol for 1 in it, which is that vertical line. Everything in the twos row will have the symbol for 2 in it, which is that bow on the left. So, yeah, we can basically copy the rest of this out. Trying to do so as neatly as possible here, because we will have to try and read these and double checking everything, and yes, that looks correct, I think. Okay, so let me copy down those numbers from the other page. Let's bring those over, and we'll see if we can find them on our page. Okay, so the first one we know, that's a 5. Second one, it looks like it's in the tens column, and it's a 4, so it's a 14. Third one is in the threes column with a 2, so that's a 17. The fourth one looks like, this one's not drawn very well, but it does have the hook at the top. Drawn it again for a little more clarity. So hook at the top plus bar, that's 24. And then this last one doesn't appear. In fact, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't like jive with any of these. There's no diagonal lines that go across the middle like that. So we're kind of left with a question mark as to what this last number is. There's a few obvious guesses. I mean, it could be like some big round number, like 100 or something. But considering the Dunny fascination with 5, the Rivenese number system operates on an interesting base 25 system. Because if you see here, these are the symbols. Just by seeing that the symbols that go up to 10, you can extrapolate from there to get the symbols we have here. And then when you see those symbols appearing in the journal, you know that your extrapolation was right. So I'm going to go ahead and make the bold claim that this is not a question mark, that it is in fact 25. Because it's the only symbol that we don't have a number for. Or sorry, the only symbol that we don't have a number for. And it makes sense. In a base 25 system, you wouldn't actually have a symbol for 25. So if you wanted to write it in one symbol, you would need like a special character for that, which makes sense why it doesn't appear in this list. It could also potentially be a 0. That's the other number you could guess. Well, maybe that's a 0. But all these other numbers are ascending. And when you look at the thing that we actually have to put the combination into here, there's no way to put a 0 in. Like, it just goes up 1, 2, 3, 4, and then every 5 spots has a big tick mark. So that also means, okay, it has to be a number on this thing. And we know all the numbers except 25. So it's got to be 25. What's interesting is we can now extrapolate, or we can now figure out what those ages, again, was talking about were number. So if we look at, let me copy it in here, my terrible handwriting version of this number, we can now try to extrapolate what this number would be. So a quick primer on math and like the base numbering systems. If you write a number in, let's say this is in base 10, indicated with a subscript 10, well, the way that you figure out what this number means is it's multiples of 10. So it's like 3 times 1, which is 10 to the 0, plus 2 times 10, plus 1 times 10 squared. Right? So this is like your tens place, or sorry, your ones place, your tens place, your hundreds place. That's the whole process for figuring that out. So if you're looking at a number system that is on base 25, you don't have a tens place, you have a 25s place. So in this case, it's something like, 3 times 25. Sorry, that's not right. Yeah, well, 3 times 25 to the 0, which is 1, plus 2 times 25 to the first, plus 1 times 25 squared. Right? So if we apply that to this number, let's see what those two numbers that appear there are, for example. The first one on the left it's a 4s plus a 5, so 9. Yep. 9. And then this one is a 5 plus a 3. Right, so 8. So this would be the 98th age. But you may notice that in his journal, he called it the something erd generation. Like it's the 3rd, not the 98th. And that's because this number is in base 25. So to write it out in base 10, what we have is 9 times 25 plus 8. Times 25 to the 0, which is 1. So we need 9 times 25 plus 8. 9 times 25 is 225, plus 8 would be 233. So it makes sense that this would be the erd age, because it's actually the 233rd age. which tells you how insanely prolific he's been in his attempts to write ages since he's been here. I mean, Riven was the 5th age. He wrote the 37th age before he was imprisoned. So at some point, maybe he made it up to like 100, but the fact that he's written like 100 or more since then, wild. And I think we saw another symbol later on that I believe was the 234th age. That's the one he's working on now. So, pretty exciting. Anyway, enough dilly-dallying. Let's put the combination in. Okay, I guess we gotta start from the right. 25. 24. By the way, this combination is randomized each playthrough. Was that wrong? Or 17, 14, 5? Huh. Have I got something wrong here? Oh, I misread. I drew 24 so badly that it wasn't even 24. There's a vertical bar here, not a. I confused 21 and 24, so it's actually 21. Okay, let's try that. This is what I get for drawing the symbols by hand. Okay, so 21, 17, 14, 5. Oh, yeah, that's it. I mean, if that's not a linking book, come on. And look at that. It says 233rd on the cover. Oh. That doesn't work. Alright. I guess the dome here is spinning, but there's no, like, it's not being powered properly, I guess. Alright, so either we got to power it properly, which, I mean, we're already on the island with the big dome, right? Or we've got to find one of those crystals that he mentioned that powers the books without needing all the fancy tech. Nope. We only animated this cutscene from one angle, so please turn around for this part. Alright, well, what was this way? Oh, just a lever, that's right. Let's go back up top. Alright, so we can go through the 5-sided room and come around to the other side of those stairs now. Right, and that just goes to the other island. Okay, just double checking that I know where the hell I'm going here. Okay, so now we want, I guess, to turn it 2 times. This is one of those. It's weird that I don't mind at all watching the animations in this game, because every single one of them is like carefully crafted. It's like they expected you to sit through these and like just enjoy the ambiance, so I do. It's weird because there aren't very many games where I would do that. Maybe it's something about them being pre-rendered and knowing that like everything I'm seeing was handmade. You know, there's nothing that's just in-engine and for free. Look at this, there's Dunny writing around the outside of the dome too. Whoa, look at this. These eyeball things remind me of those enemies in Metroid Prime. Whoa. Can we step through here? No. Can we look up? Nope. Look at this. We got buttons. Oh. Oh no, we got balls. Okay. 6 of them. So they're like... Huh. Wild. Let me... Oh, hello. Did I walk right past this? Whoa. Okay. We just primed something. But it doesn't work. Alright. Open her back up. What if we put these in here? The interesting thing is, how would you ever, like, know where to put them? There's like a million possibilities. Okay. Yeah, that looks right. Oh my god, look at... I wonder how many different... They must have done something procedural for this. There's no way they made a million different pictures to fill that space in. And go. No. Okay. All right, well, we've got our next big puzzle. So it's at this point in the game where you can really take 2 paths. One is to solve this puzzle next, and the other is to solve the animal sounds puzzle. And honestly, I think this one is probably slightly more accessible. I think you're meant to see this and think, that's a puzzle. Whereas the animal sounds one, it's kind of just like ambiance until you find that weird room in the back of the prison and you realize, like, there's more to these animals than I thought. Whereas this, you see this and you're like, okay, I gotta know where to put these marbles. Oh shit, marbles. Yeah, these are fire marbles. And I guess you're just meant to discern that from the journal. And the other thing that you might notice if you're looking at this is that it's familiar. We've seen this, or at least we've seen something very much like it here in the Guild of Surveyors. This is a map of Riven. And you can see the 5 islands. It's not super distinct, but the outlines are here. Right? So that's going to say, okay, this is a map. What is it a map of? Kind of a question mark still. So we know that this giant dome whoops, I got turned around. This giant dome sends power to all these little domes through these big pipes, right? And then we know if we can go back, if we loop back around, is there a way to like leave this so that it's always open? Oh, sorry. Let me take that other thing off the screen. Because wasn't there... Oh my god, what page was it on? No. No. That one. Yeah. Can we connect dome? Nope. There's no easy way to do this without turning the room around a lot. That's fine. I'm switching a lot of things around. There we go. Okay, so it's at this point where we kind of have to figure, all right, what is this a map of? And since these power goes to the domes, maybe the domes provide the answer. And at this point, you might be thinking, oh shit, it's a map. Let's go back to Map Island and look at the map. And I agree. Great idea. Let's do it. So let's zip. What is going to be oh, the doors are shut. Great. What's going to be the fastest way to Map Island? We got our little map in the corner there. We can get there from Village Island or from the other one. Let's go. Let's go through. Oops. They're both going to require some wandering. All right, let's go through Village Island. So to open that door, we already know. We go in here and pull a lever. Oh, and now this is even more clear what it's for. Now that we've seen that imager technology stuff, this is like a projector chair. That's pretty friggin' neat. And I think that what you're supposed to figure out here is, oh, pardon me, there's this chair that's like, I guess the only way to describe it is on camera. It's being imaged into this giant dome. So like people would come here and see Gehn like magnified, 10 times. Also, if I close this, is there anything behind it? Oh. Well, once, twice, 3 times was too many. That would have been damn clever though, if they had put something behind that door and you had to like remember from the other island how that got you. Okay, so let's go back to Map Island, shall we? I can watch this cutscene one more time. I do enjoy them. I mean, back in '97, seeing this cutscene was one of the most fun things for me. It's like, I'm 7 years old. I can't solve these puzzles, but I sure can change discs. And the sound effect of the door opening is like seared into my mind. Delightful. Oh, and this is where we found that first eyeball, too. In fact, they're all on Village Island, except for the one that's in that library of Gehn's on Paper Island. I think we want to go... I want to go to Map Island, so we need to get to... Where's the other tram car? Oh, it's in the back behind the big whale walrus guy. There was a kid here last time, remember? Uh-huh. Down we go. Pull on the nipple. Fish opens its mouth. The fact that so much in this game has this iconography built into it, so neat. I also enjoy a good elevator in a Myst game. It just feels appropriate, So I believe this is the cable car station. Yes. Let us take a ride. The sound design is just impeccable. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I love that this one is like a short, fast ride. And it gives a different impression of travel around the Fifth Age. And this is not the tram station on this island that has 2 exits. So that doorway over there is where we want to go. want to go that way. But first, let's go back in here. Remember the imagers we could look at? There's a little piece of information that we might be able to glean here. So there were two things we could spy on. One of them was, we're pretty sure, Catherine's room. Yeah, this one. And the other was a rotating viewpoint in the village. And he mentioned he saw, I think it was from here, that there was something floating in the water. Yeah, there it is. It's floating right there. Neat, huh? So you can actually come back here and see, like, oh, that's the eyeball floating right there. Now we know. I do enjoy that. One of the things that makes these puzzles difficult is that even part of it is figuring out what the puzzle is. And then part of it is figuring out what to do with the information once you have it, and like what parts of it are missing. So for example, we know that there's like a 6 color system in the Dunny culture, and we found these 6 eyeball symbols that seem to correspond to colors, but one of them is broken, so we don't know what color it corresponds to. We can just guess. Also, if you're paying attention to the fire modules, the missing color was purple. So that makes, logically, on like a spectrum, that's what you would guess, I think, if you knew anything about colors. It's like, what comes between red and blue? It's purple. But it's good to have it confirmed. And then we do this other puzzle, and something else is missing from the animal sounds puzzle. You might have put 2 and 2 together on this one by now, and if you have, I'm proud of you. I've been trying not to give it away just so that there's lots of opportunities to go, oh, what the fuck? Did I just see what I thought I saw and thunk what I thought I thunk? Okay, oh, turn around, you. I'm gonna wait for the door to close first. That would be too dangerous to turn around with the door open. I think if you travel on this tram, which I guess goes over to Map or Paper Island, and then come back, there's a cutscene we can see. So I'm gonna do that. Have we seen this path? Yeah, we have, but it was a dead end last time. So I'll just skip ahead and then come back. So turn around and go back. Keep in mind, what we just did would have taken a few minutes back in the day, because we would have had to change CDs. So we've left Map Island, and now we've come back, and we're going to summon the elevator, which is cool, because we couldn't pull it up before, because that arm, that lever right there, doesn't send it back down. So to see this cutscene, you have to leave the island and come back. It's so spicy. Alright, and let's go down. And I'm going to skip this because we just saw it. Oh, apparently it's 3 cutscenes to use that elevator. Oh, it didn't happen. Huh. Interesting. I wonder what the criteria for making it happen are. But anyway, let's proceed. The sound of the door closing behind you is like part of it. Alright. There we go. Alright, now back upstairs to the map. Maybe you have to get off the cable car on the other side. You know what? I'm going to forget if I don't do it now. So I'm going to go fool around, see if I can make it happen. Okay, 2 things. First, I started the game over and zipped through really quickly to get back to the starting area. Or rather, to get back to Gehn's laboratory on Book Island. I basically just solved all the puzzles I needed to go straight here. Check it out. This is Gehn's pipe. It's only here if you come here before you go to Map Island. And over here, it's some kind of dart, or like, I think it's a blow dart gun, but it's got like a pump handle on the end. Like one of those weird squirt guns where you have to push the thing to get the water to come out. Anyway, if you go to Map Island for the first time from here, then you see the cutscene. So I'll skip ahead to that part. Okay, I've arrived on Map Island, and I've just turned the thing around. So this is our first time on Map Island, and we're coming at it from the cool side, basically, where we get to see the elevator cutscenes. And then there's 3 cutscenes to ride the elevator down. Now when we come down this hall for the first time to go look at Gehn's observation room, oh shit! Somebody's here. Oh, and my cursor won't come back. Hello? We gotta follow him. Oh! So cool. Honestly, the best part about that is that you get to see him leave in the maglev car. It's delightful. Just delightful. Okay, back to what we were doing. Also, weirdly, Riven doesn't say load game, it says start saved game. Which is like, okay, I'll start this saved game. Thanks. Alright, now I'm going to go back up to the top part here. Past the water map. Let's go. So, we've been presented with a map, and we need to mark out what looks like 6 points. Okay, currently we're on viewing the little island, which we haven't been to yet. In fact, we haven't even seen it. So, here's the little island. And this is where it gets puzzly. What is it that we would need to represent? Like, where would we put the marble? You know, there's no, like, obvious one spot. And the piece you got to put together in here is that the fire marbles power the domes. So the location of the domes on the map is the key. So I'm going to make a big old grid. And then we'll start trying to fill in the dots here. Okay, I have now recreated what we saw on the big map on that grid where the fire marbles are. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mark where the dome is here. So I'm actually just going to fill in the square where that it is, just in gray. And then let's do the same thing for the other islands. Whoops, the friggity what? There we go. My computer got a little freaked out for a second. And I'm going to skip this cutscene because it is super long. Okay, so fill that island up. And now we look for the dome. Yeah, this is the big dome. Okay. Oh, well, there it is. Alright, but... Okay, so it's in the very... I think it's going to be the very top left corner. Yeah. Very top left corner of this tile. Okay. So let's fill that one in. Just mark that one. And it'll be easier to see them in a minute. But, alright, so let's do the square island next. Move the water over there. Very gooky. Well, it's going to be easy to spot the dome on this one, won't it? Oh shit. Where the fuck's the dome at? If you recall, on this island, the dome we found by following a pipe underground. And it was at the bottom of a giant hole. Like this hole. Yeah. And if you kind of try to picture where you were on the island at that point, it does work out that you'd be on like the northwest part of the island. So, boom. There's that one. And it's going to be the top left square over 1, 4. Boom. Cool. Now, we've also found... Wait, have we found the dome on this island? Where was it? I'm trying to remember now. Oh, yeah, it's right here. It's right back here. Duh. Okay. So that one should be... here? Is that where we are? Hello? I don't think that's it. Maybe it's on this part. Yeah. Okay, there it is. So it looks like it's on the second tile from the top along the left edge. Okay, so it'll be, I believe, that one. Because once we turn it back around, it'll be different orientation. So we do need these to be in the right spot on the world map before we can judge. Yeah, so second from the top, down there. Got it. Alright, and then let's get the big island. Where was the dome on the big island? It was kind of like in the jungle, right? Hopefully we can see it. Is that it? That is it. Okay. Yeah, look at that. So I guess with the island around it just being covered in trees, that doesn't show up on a topographical survey. Alright, so it looks like it's one in on both sides up there. Is that right? Yeah, one in on both sides. So let's turn it back to the right orientation. Alright, so it's in that square, one in and one down. Here. Okay. So that is where... that's where they go. Alright, cool. Now, let's go back to Big Dome Island and see if we can't figure out what goes where. Pardon me. Trying to remember. Oh, there goes my Discord notifications. I'm trying to remember now. Where's my world map? There it is. We can't go straight back to Temple Island. Alright, I'm just gonna go to Paper Island and zip around again, so be right back. To answer your question, yes, the door does stay unlocked. And look here now. Gehn's gun and pipe are gone. So at some point he came back. And I guess if you come here first, he sees this open vent and goes, oh, someone's been in my cookie jar. Look at that, we're back at Big Dome Island. Alright, and now we must puzzle our way through what colors go where, and perhaps even why. So we got the spots figured out. So let me just put stuff in those spots. Just in whatever color, wherever, doesn't matter. So presumably the 6 colors matter. And what's also tough is we only have 5 domes, so we're going to figure something out. Alright, those spots are marked. Now the question is, what colors go where? Well, let's look at some of our other notes. Village Island has this eyeball symbol. And Temple Island has that eyeball. Okay, so what colors are those? It looks like Village Island is the symbol for red. And Temple is the symbol for green. Look at that. Alright. So we need to switch this one down. Whoops. Just mark that spot. So Temple is Village is red. And Temple is green. Which one is Temple Island? That's this one, right? Temple is green. Alright. Let me double check that I've got that right. Temple green, Village red. Alright. Let's look at some of our other islands. We've got... I didn't make a note on that one apparently. I thought we had noted a couple others. Oh yeah, Map Island. It's right there. Is orange. Oh, we already wrote some of these down. Okay, so Map Island is orange. That's the bottom left one here. And it goes here. Alright, so those are right. What about Paper Island? Paper, we don't know, but we're guessing it's purple because it's a color that we haven't seen. But we know it's that vertical eye slit. Alright. Unfortunately, we haven't been to this island. So we just straight up don't know what the last color should be. And as far as I know, there is no way to figure it out. But I mean, it makes sense that Gehn would only use 5 of the colors. Because he likes the number 5, not 6. And there's 5 islands of Riven, 5 domes. So I guess that one marble's just extra. I'm going to guess blue. Just means 50-50. Why not? Pretty quick to change it, I guess. Alright, fingers crossed this works. Engage the press. When you hear folks talk about Riven and say that the fire marble puzzle is hard, this is the one they're talking about. Holy shit. And then you get that response, which is just like humming away. The power is huge. Alright, well, 2 things. I want to go to the other side here. Yeah. I want to see if it's different in here. You can hear the power running. Okay, that's freaking awesome. Alright. So let's zip around to the bottom. And go over to look at the dome. This is so exciting. Because if we've done everything right, then at this point, if our theories are correct, we should have it. It's killing me not to have this finished, so let me write down here the other 2 islands that we figured out. Blue was the small island and green was the temple. Cool. And I'm also going to, on the other page of notes, color them in with the appropriate colors because that seems fun. Cool. So now we can enjoy having that solution up as we hopefully enjoy the benefits of that solution. Alright, let's see if I can remember this. 24, 21, 17, 14, 5. One of the things that increases your speed in a speed run is if you get 2 of these numbers that are adjacent to each other. So you can just like slap it up against it without having to carefully like aim it. Isn't that wild? Just random RNG coming into play. Anticipation is huge. God. How many hours are we into the game and we finally got our first access to a thinking book? Faster than 33 years, I guess. Amazing. And even now we have the choice to walk away. But I'm going there. I mean, what else can we do? Okay. Where are we? Look at this. 5. Oh, but these linking books don't work. Okay, so we're in a cage again. Yet another linking cage. Thanks, Gehn. It's a door. Oh, there's a button. A lever we can't reach. Path down. Then like a stove or something. Well, all we got's a button.
I apologize for the cage. I'm afraid this situation has often required of me a more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen. I am Gehn. I assume you've heard of me. Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now. Not that my son would have lied to you about me. No, not Atrus. It's just that, well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was. Yes. I even tried to kill him once. God, if I had accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. A great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son. Thankfully, he trapped me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was 30 years ago. 30 years, 30 lifetimes, what does it matter? No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed. To be sure, the deeds of my past can never be completely atoned for, but my mission was an honorable one. I'm sorry, this is all a bit awkward. It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another. I myself do not trust the words of most men, so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer. Atrus's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven, and many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the 5th age has entered its final days. Unless the villagers can be relocated soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will perish. It has taken me a long time to do it, but it appears that finally I'll be able to make some substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in, well, I'm afraid I've had some trouble with Catherine and the moiety. In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the population with rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety, as they call themselves, had been relatively harmless. I mean, the natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence. It seemed inevitable under the circumstances. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. And as far as I can tell, she's come to believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. I must admit, though, that my concerns were not entirely for her safety alone. The actions of Catherine and the moiety have put my own life at risk on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from any attempt to free her. Although I'm sure Atrus desires it. Indeed, he must desire it with all his heart. But he is completely unaware of her recent state. I know that you arrived in the Fifth Age with a book which was immediately stolen from you. Needless to say, its reacquisition is of interest to me, though my personal history with the moiety does not give me much hope for it. Still, there is a chance you might somehow manage to retrieve it. If you do, I would ask for the safety of all concerned that you bring it to me at your earliest opportunity. Again, to be honest, my reasons here are partly selfish. There is so much yet to be resolved between Atrus and myself, especially in light of what has become of Catherine. In any case, my immediate concern is the completion of the sanctuary I've long promised to all the islanders. In the meantime, as a token of my good intentions, I will allow you free access to my linking books, crude though they may be, and to the rest of the Fifth Age. As for the stolen linking book, we should probably not meet again until you've recovered it. I will know if you succeeded and will await your return. Good luck with your search. I hope to see you back here shortly.
And there he leaves us. He's surprisingly convincing. You know, has Catherine really begun to lose her grip on reality? Or is something more nefarious going on? Again, from Atrus's point of view, and he can really only see large, like substantial changes to the age. It's not like he can look and see exactly what Gehn is doing. So from here we have linking books to each of the 5 islands. I think the most interesting one for this would be the one that goes to the island we haven't been to yet. I love the way that that linking panel just like springs to life in that way. So cool. Oh, look at that. We got the final eye symbol there. Although I don't think we need it now since we've already placed the fire marbles. These linking books operate differently, it seems, than the ones in Mist, Because the ones in Mist gave you a full, like, oh, and then another when you landed. Whereas these, it seems to transport you almost instantly. It's interesting because the description in the books is kind of the opposite. They describe an intense sensation of being drawn into the page, or perhaps that the page itself is expanding to envelop you, and then a pull and being drawn down into darkness, and then in a moment you snap to and you're on the edge. So like all of the transition and difficulties on the way in, you just sort of find yourself on the edge once you arrive, and it's not like you feel your pieces going back together or anything. Where are the other islands? Dude, wait. Okay. Apparently we couldn't find this one because it's really far away from the others. What is this? Is this just meant to be like Gehn's house? Has he just repurposed his house? Hello. Ah, we recognize this room.
Yafe adik. You made it. But how'd you get past Gehn?
How do you know who I am?
He must really believe I've gone mad. I know what he's doing. He's watching you. He's waiting for you to make a mistake. He's hoping you'll lead him back to Dunny. You can't let Gehn... Atrus sent you to save me. But if Gehn gets back to Dunny, he'll kill him. Find the moiety. They have the book. Be careful. Go then. If you won't help me, then I have nothing more to say.
I wonder out there if that's just like a balcony or if it's a exterior staircase to an upper level or something. But I would love to see, like, I wish you could click around in here and like walk around this room. These cutscenes all have a nice tail off at the end, where it just gives you a moment where you can't interact with anything and you just have to stand there and think about what you've heard. It's very, very Mr. Rogers. What have we got here? Okay. Huh. Okay. Some kind of input device with 3 more sounds. Clack, titter, and ding. Yeah, feels like a combination lock to me. You have to be careful when assuming that in Myst games, because you might easily assume that the 5 levers that actually move the platforms in and out in the village, that is actually like a 5-way binary switch, and there's a combination of up and down that you have to put in order to unlock something, when really each switch has its own combination, or its own purpose. And they try to telegraph that sort of thing as best they can, because if you look at those 5 levers, each one of them has a separate cable running down through the floor, which kind of makes you think maybe they go to 5 different things. Whereas if you look at the lock back there, it just has one cable coming out of the top of the device. So it's like, okay, these 3 buttons all work for the same process rather than 3 different things. It's subtle, but it is there. Okay. Now I'm going to save my game because when we come back later on, this will be a good opportunity to annoy Gehn. But we're not going to do it now. Right now, we need to go find the Moiety. And I believe that we have the resources that we need in order to do that. So let me go and officially reveal, the final piece of the puzzle for the Moiety puzzle. Love it. So we've been here before. We used this room here to figure out the map. But there was another bit on this island that we've looked at a couple times, so I could give you all a chance to go, oh, inside your brain. But mostly, there's just one thing that you need to get from that area. And we've talked about it. So let me switch my notes here. So we were on... Nope. This one. And we got these 5 symbols that are on these eyeballs. And what we need from them is the 5th option, or rather the first one. Because we have 2, 3, 4, 5, which is beetle, frog, seal, whale. And we've identified them based on the sounds that they make. But there's something else that shows you the relationship between these things. And you have to use that something else in order to figure out the last item. If you remember, the last eyeball we found, there's 2 of them. One is floating in the middle of the village pond, and the other is on Gehn's desk on Book Island, or Paper Island. But when you roll it back and forth on his desk, it just sounds like a wooden ball rolling on a desk. It doesn't make a sound. And you may recall I said, okay, so either this one's broken, or this animal doesn't make a sound. Well, it's the second option. Oftentimes in Myst, the puzzle is made difficult by the simple direct route having an obstacle that requires a rather lengthy workaround. For example, trying to figure out, like, we didn't get the color for the 5th island, which I'll call Prison Island, and we had to guess at it. And it made that puzzle harder to approach because we had 4 answers and 6 questions, and we had to figure out which one of the 6 colors we didn't need to use. So there's an extra bit that just kind of is there to mess with you. And you've got stuff like the puzzle here, where not only did we not get to see, let me show it, not only did we not get to see what the symbol on the 5th dome was, so we didn't know what color to give it, we also never got to see what color went with one of these eye symbols. This one that's broken. So it's like we get 5 out of 6 pieces, and then we have another puzzle where we have 4 out of 5 pieces, and we have to figure out how the things connect together, despite the fact that there's some bits missing. And that's what makes it so interesting and so difficult. Even once you get to the end and you kind of start writing down a pattern, like, okay, I can count to 5, I know what animals make these sounds, there's still a little wrinkle. And that wrinkle is, if you can't go off the sound, how else can you identify? Actually, let's look at Catherine. She's still just waiting around. She's got a basket. Okay. She's still okay, at least. So how would you ever figure it out? Well, via their silhouettes. And this is an aha moment on tier with a certain revelation from the witness. Let me just go ahead and fill in the gap here. Voila. It is the fish. Do you see the fish? Probably. But that floating part where the eye is in the fish is the eyeball that's floating in the center of the lagoon. So we have this indicator of here's the last animal. Back out of here. Now this is what's really going to blow your mind. And you may have already noticed it because I've kind of been cheeky about it the whole playthrough. Let's go back to Village Island, and I will show you 3 other silhouettes you may have missed. Okay, back on Village Island. If we wander around a bit here, you'll remember we found one of these eyeballs just in a wall down here with a rebel marker. We now know that's the sound of those seals, which are called sunners. That's their actual name, because they sun themselves on that rock, I guess. But if you look around here, try as you might, there's no other silhouette to see. So this is the wrinkle in that half of the puzzle. 4 of the 5 animals have sounds, and a different 4 of the 5 animals have silhouettes. So again, the puzzle would be much more straightforward if it was all out there for you. So let's go down to... Whoa! Scared him. I walked too fast. You see that? If you scare them off, you don't get to hear the actual sound that they make. So you have to learn to sneak up on them, and then you get to hear the full noise. Right here. This is the eyeball that makes the whale noise. This animal is actually called a wark. W-A-H-R-K. Wark. It's basically a walrus whale. But if you look, here it is. Silhouetted in stone. With even like a little flipper. Isn't that wild? And the eyeball is right where the eyeball would be. Just like on the fish. And then the very first one that you might have missed, you have to turn around and go back toward the tram car. And look at this. Frog with the eyeball right where the eyeball would be. Isn't that wild? And there's only one angle, only one frame of your walk down that staircase that shows you that so perfectly. And from this side, it just looks like a cave. Turn around too early, it's kind of wrong. Turn around here, it's perfect. I think one more, it's kind of iffy. But I mean, look at that. Once you see it, it's like, damn, how did I miss that? Alright, now, oh, sorry guys. Oh, I scared them off. Let's run back over to the village. Oh. Yeah, they're scared of us again. Yep, everyone go hide in your houses. It's fine. I just wanted to see this, which is the scarab eyeball. And then when we fill this container with water, a distinct scarab silhouette reveals itself with the eyeball right where the eye would be. Look at that. Isn't that fucking cool? This is why I like Riven. You might be noticing these like along the way as you go, like that's kind of shaped like an animal, you know? Or you'll see that fish shape, which is made from the rocks right over here, and think, oh, it's kind of like fishy, you know? It's this part here. So there's the viewer, there's the eyeball, and then here's like the tail part, and this part back here is the body of the fish. Wild, huh? It's all there. It's actually in the world. You look at it from other angles, it's still there. It's not just one frame where they stuck a JPEG of a fish. They built it into the environment. And it's so friggin' cool. Okay, we actually need to be in the village because we need to go back to jail. Because now we know how to get into that puzzle. So I think this is not here. I am sad. Okay, I'm gonna have to go all the way around. Son of a beach. No big deal. Just speedrun it. Ah, okay. Almost went past it. And we go up on the other side where we put that ladder down previously. Grab the poopy handle with the submarine hatch door. So it's just like, there's so many parts of it that are broken. I love the puzzle. It's like 4 out of 5 animals, there's a silhouette you can notice. 4 out of 5 animals, you can hear the sound they make. 4 out of 5 animals, you can see them in person. But there's no way to see the fish. It's just an outline. And you just have to figure out, like, oh, fish is fish. And I will say, you can do these puzzles in either order, but the order that I'm doing them in gives you more cutscenes with Gehn, because you don't have the linking book when you first show up. So he gives you a different conversation and tells you to go look for it and come back. And then you can go talk to Catherine and she'll tell you to go find it and come back. There he is. That's a better drawing than mine. Alright, and then right here front and center, the Wark. I love the physics defying water, and the way that the reflection shines on top of that, it all looks wet. This is such a beautiful presentation of the solution to a puzzle you've been working for so long on. It's so satisfying. And look, here's one of those crystals that makes a linking book work. It looks like they were able to write in one of the books that Gehn had disposed of. It's remarkable that this still works. And there it is, the box art for Riven. Everybody looks at this on the front of the box, and then you get into Riven and it's like, where is that thing I saw on the, what's that thing on the box? You don't see it for like 4 hours. Oh, look at that. That's another screenshot for you right there. Another desktop background for your Windows 98 computer. Look at that. There's like a whole village up there. In like a caldera lake. Wild. Look at this. Ugh. It's like a statue. Hello? Oh, fuck. Hey, that guy on the right is the one that was in jail. And the one on the left is the one that stole our book at the beginning of the game. I love that the linking book there, that's a link back to Riven, is like in the hands of a statue of Gehn that has like 100 daggers stabbed into it. You can tell that these Moaiti really like Gehn. Huh, he's confident in his dart poison, I guess. I don't know what he says there, but like, I hate the feeling he turns back to the other guy and he's like, "Hey, why is the light still on in your house? Is your wife awake? Oh, she should be asleep by now. Oh, that's weird. Hey, there's silhouettes by the window, man. Who's that guy?" And we come to in a cave, or something. Whoa. Oh shit, look at that. We're up in that orb now, in one of those rooms. We have a bowl. I hope that's not meant to be the toilet. And a stone bed. And a wooden door. Can't crawl under this one. Look at this. This is where the Moiti live, huh? On another age, in their own village. I wonder, is it just night when we visit, or is it always dark on this age? It's remarkable. And the symbology here is actually even stronger than you would think at first, because there used to be a great tree on Riven, and it was cut down for Gehn to harvest its wood for his bookmaking. And now this age that the rebels have created, with Catherine's help, is inside of essentially a giant tree. So they've like reclaimed their ancestral homeland, but just in a new place. It's kind of wild. No, well, I guess there's not much for us to do here other than sleep. Could ask for some water for our empty bowl.
Katarina e now da saya yapalo. Yapa ay manay yalepo. Miotisay.
That's my book.
Bekaretere wirape yelo kene falapo. Tisay. Why te fulupe?
I don't know what she's saying there, but considering there's another little book on top of my book, I assume she says, read this, it explains everything. Look at this. We now have our, air quotes, linking book back to Kavir. And a new book. And look at this. Oh, there's like a page here. Oh my god. Okay, it's a note from Catherine. I write quickly from my prison. Nila will return your book, which the Moiti intercepted upon your arrival. After questioning her, I've concluded that it was written by Atrus for a very specific purpose. Gehn will desire to use it, although he may have suspicions. If you can find my prison, you will still need the combination to release me. Gehn keeps it in his office. Then, I assume, we're to signal Atrus. I think I know how it might be done. But don't signal him before I'm released. Catherine. Okay. Very cool. Now I can read her journal. I linked to Riven a week ago. The smell of the place overwhelmed me moments before I could see anything. With my sight only partially cleared, I stood motionless, peering ahead through a dim veil which was slowly lifting. There was a violent clang, and bars appeared. I remember breathing slowly and very deeply, tasting the familiar Riven air, but not recognizing a thing. I must have been hit with a dart right away. I thought it was an insect bite at first. I'm trying to remember it all, but it's difficult. Maybe because of the drug. There was a voice. A man I did not recognize stood before me, Rivenese, though he was wearing dunny dress. He seemed to be talking to me, but the poison was already taking effect. A shadow crept in and I fell asleep. Then there were the many voices, but I understood none of them, like hundreds of people whispering. I couldn't wake up. No matter. The dream did end, and now I am here with Eti. It's been so many years. I didn't realize how much I missed her. Like a piece of me I had forgotten I'd lost. She's beautiful and so full of warmth. But the years have also left her with a wound, which was not there when we were children. I do wish she were more interested. It seems like I'm asking all the questions. It's awkward. What the fuck? Is that an O? No one asks me where I've been, or what I've been doing. This hurts, but I understand it. Their beliefs are born out of ignorance and apprehension. Oppression. Good lord, her handwriting's the worst in the game. Their beliefs are born out of ignorance and oppression. They are a gentle people, but they've had their nest destroyed, and now they frantically cling to anything that might serve them. But why have they chosen to cling to me? I'm confused. As a child, I always felt out of place here. I never belonged. They misunderstood me, and I couldn't relate to them. But now, I'm overwhelmed by intense feelings that I owe everything to them and this place. I thought I would never see them again, and yet, I'm here. I've been given this second chance. But a second chance at what? Saving them? Fulfilling their prophecies? Being their savior? One of the things that isn't really discussed in these games is, sure, Gehn was trapped on Riven for 30 years, but Riven is Catherine's home plane, and she was essentially exiled from Riven because it's too dangerous to return with Gehn there. The Moiety. Atrus would want me to chronicle all that I've learned. I can at least record some of it. It seems that when Atrus and I trapped Gehn on Riven many years ago, our efforts were witnessed by most of the inhabitants here. 2 of the Rivenese even witnessed the confrontation with Gehn at the fissure, where I linked back to Mist, and where Atrus threw himself into the abyss. Of course, they understood little of what they were seeing, but they somehow were able to guess that we had won. That Gehn was no god at all, but only a fickle impostor, a false god, and that we had trapped him here on Riven. I had always hoped that they would deduce this simple truth, but their further conclusions have astonished me. Atrus had stripped Gehn of his power, therefore Atrus must be a true god. As a god, he was choosing me, the spiritual misfit from a Rivenese womb, to be his wife. I was transcending into deity and would lord over Riven forever. Thus the Moiety, as they call themselves, were born a dissonant society, sworn enemies of Gehn. I did not know of their beliefs regarding Atrus and myself until 2 days ago. Etty was, for some reason, hesitant to tell me. I can't figure out why. I know she doesn't believe these things. Of course, everyone else assumed that I would be aware of my own god status, so they made no effort to inform me. I only realized it at a recent gathering of which I was invited. I was set at the foot of a dimly lit and crowded cave, as they told a mythical story of my own life, acting out the battle between Atrus, myself, and Gehn at the edge of the fissure. The events had been exaggerated into grandiose proportions. It was offensive, and I was unable to stop it. I was unable to break the illusion which is the very foundation of their hope and purpose, and which has given them courage to band together and rebel against Gehn. Since then, I've learned of other doctrines and beliefs that have evolved, the most disturbing of which is the conviction that one day I would return to Riven to free them. Some believe that I will overthrow Gehn. Others believe that I will bring them to paradise. I don't know how to deal with this. I fight myself. I love these people, my only real kindred, but they will not love me as an equal, which hurts me. I would rather be their slave than their master. Over the years, Gehn's power has become greater and greater. The Moiety's numbers have grown, and they have become more and more adept at hiding themselves. They now live in a complete network of caves that he still has not discovered. The Moiety, for the most part, have completely severed their relationship with any of the Rivenese that chose against joining them. But I hope they have not sacrificed ritual limbs in order to remove the cancer. Vital limbs in order to remove the cancer. What the fuck? Even Father and Grant? What the fuck? It's not a G. That's a G. That's an E. Oh, father and Enant. That's her mother, I believe, are still on the surface in Gehn's domains, and I long to see them. But a dimness shrouds Etty's face every time I mention them. Since this break took place, they have interfered with the surface in superficial ways, occasionally sabotaging one of Gehn's constructions, or stealing food from the villagers. They wear strange masks and costumes during their shant forays to the island's surface, and take this regalia very seriously, refusing to be seen by anyone outside the Moiety unless they are properly attired. They get much pleasure out of the fact that those on the surface are frightened by these costumes, calling them evil spirits or ghosts. It was during one of these expeditions that they fortuitously rescued me from one of Gehn's guards when I first appeared on the island. Otherwise, I am sure I would have been delivered to Gehn immediately. I have no doubt that he's now searching for me. Of course, I am now aware that I was foolish. Atrus is not here. I was at first devastated by this realization. Now I am thankful. He would be in extreme peril here. Also, there is a quiet inner voice, an echoing remnant that wants him far away. I have just witnessed an age dying, gasping out its last breath. Today I ventured to the surface to see what has become of this island. I hoped it would not be as bad as the Moiety had reported. It was worse. They have become slowly accustomed to its steady decay, but I was devastated. The lips from which the kiss is wrought has fallen words will fall cold breath. Okay, it's poetry. The womb from which the cry released has suffered hurt will suffer death. Okay, she is sad about her homeland. To get to the surface, we had to travel through a complex series of doors and passages. Before the last of these doors, they offered me weapons, which I accepted, and then a mask. I held the mask in my hands for a while, wondering what sort of terror it might invoke in the members of my family who might still live on the surface. But I also knew that I must keep my identity hidden from Gehn's ever-vigilant eye, so I accepted it as well. Then, together, we swam a short distance and emerged out of the surface of the ocean under a rocky overhang. The harsh sunlight made my eyes sting, but the fresh, rich air was exhilarating after these past weeks in the dank caves. The two men with me were silent, communicating only with hand signals. The three of us emerged from one hiding place and made our way to the top of the plateau. At the edge of a thick and overgrown area of this forest, they stopped, peered through the foliage for a moment, and then turned to me as if awaiting my command. I could not respond. In fact, I found it difficult to move. I was smelling, hearing, and breathing my youth. This swept over me in a matter of seconds, but in seconds more, all feeling was gone. There was numbness. We did not stay long on the surface, but it was long enough for me to see the worst. Riven, which was once one island, has split apart into 5 distinct pieces about half a mile apart. 4 of these have been claimed by Gehn as his exclusive domain. Only his ministers and personal militia are ever allowed to access them. From my vantage point at the edge of the forest, I could see 3 of these islands. They are stripped of their former beauty and riddled with Gehn's self-absorbed constructions. The Moiety rarely visit these closely guarded places. There is another island which I could not see, as it had evidently crept away to a terrific distance. The Moiety are very unclear as to what exists on this island, except for the fact that they know it is where the great tree used to exist. The forest is located on the island that the surface dwellers and the Moiety still refer to as Riven, but they also still refer to their entire world as Riven. This island is where the village is, which has changed dramatically. It is also the one remaining province of the people, though Gehn's influence can be seen everywhere. Hey, I drew that same map. Of course, I know the reason for the fracturing of the island. The Moiety do not. Gehn wrote this place, and it will die, as all of Gehn's ages eventually die. I'll take a sip of water. I feel nothing today. I am nothing. I live in a cave on a dying world inhabited by people that... They are treating me so strangely. They don't know how to relate to a god. I'm still an outcast here. They whisper amongst themselves, talking of my bravery during my excursion to the surface, how I walked across the island bold and unafraid. They don't know me. Even Etty is uncomfortable around me. At times there is no awkwardness, and I am only Katran to her. But at other times I am something else. I'm afraid. There's such a gaunt numbness inside me. Today I do not feel closeness with my people. Neither am I offended by their worship of me. I do not hate Gehn. I don't feel anything. At least Neela is still close. I am boiling. Gehn is making and writing books. I wish they had told me sooner. Atrus should have realized this would happen, of course. Gehn would have written all of the material necessary to the dunny craft of making books into this age, and probably every other age he ever wrote. He is attempting to write his way out of here. We did not imprison him. We only delayed him. This age has become his factory, and the people are his machines. All performing in his mind. Pursuit. What the fuck does that say? All laboring in his mad pursuit to become a god. Okay. Boy, Catherine's handwriting, it really is the worst. To carry on his mantle, his noble dunny cause. So far, he has not been able to produce a fully functional book. Atrus has never believed in destiny, but I don't know what else to call it. It's too perfect. It's too much of a coincidence. They hang on my every word, though they do not understand them. I am their hope, and now I have returned. I owe this to them. There is no choice. Oh, it's the telescope thing. It's been a long time since my last entry. It's hard to recognize, but I have found the Star Fisher. It is located on the island which the Rivenese call Alapo, meaning water pool, but is referred to the Moaiti as Alatwan, meaning pool of stars. Having once allowed Atrus to escape this age without leaving an open door behind us, it has since been sealed with a skin of heavy iron. A crude telescope has been mounted over a locked viewport, the combination to which was acquired by the Moaiti before my arrival. I will make a note of this. In the early days... Oh, there's a stop. It says stop right here. Or maybe that's instructions. Stop here. In the early days, the Moaiti, seeking an escape from Riven, briefly pursued the idea of reopening the fissure. They discovered a small mechanical stop to prevent the scope from hitting the portal window. Ultimately, however, they decided against opening it. I hate to think what would have happened to them had they not left it closed. I've instructed them to stay away from it. I'm almost certain that, with the decayed state of the islands, opening the fissure now would be its destruction. Would be disastrous. I have heard that in the days immediately following Gehn's confinement on Riven, he attempted to determine the feasibility of navigating the stars beneath the fissure, for he had seen the mist book fall from Atrus's hands into that very same space. To this end, he would have people, alleged transgressors of the law, thrown into it, so that he could observe their fate. The telescope, which still stands there, is one he had built for these callous experiments. It is said that they did not die, but what became of them remains a mystery. It appears that the limits of Gehn's optics prevented him from learning their fate. The star field beneath the fissure is not as it seems. It is a gentle space, as hospitable to life as a flowing river. This is how Atrus explained it after he had fallen into it. But much more than that we've never understood. and we were never able to conclude upon its origins. But the visions tell me that it was born out of the will of the Maker, perhaps for some greater purpose that we cannot yet understand. I still remember Atrus's words from his journal. I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse. There must be some greater reason behind it. I neglected to mention it earlier. The unique shape of one of the great daggers which appeared during our escape from Riven, the very dagger that stands vertically at one end of Alatwan, has been adopted by the Moiety as a symbol of their cause. It is a sacred symbol for them. It is the representation of all their doctrine, and their representation to me. To deface this symbol is sacrilege. They have their own mythical explanation regarding its sudden origins. I haven't told them that I wrote it into this age, along with all the other daggers. It's strange how such a young religion can be so unbending, yet even to their own god. I have tried to dissuade them of the notion that symbols contain so much power. The enemy uses this paranoia against them. They are fearful of Gehn's symbol, are terrorized by his symbolic use of the wark. And probably the fact that he feeds people to it doesn't help. But they don't want to hear this from me. Perhaps my attempts have even caused some of the younger members of the Moiety to doubt that I am Catherine. My rare encounters with those who say they follow Gehn have been discouraging. I have hoped to have some communication with the surface villagers, but they always flee from me. But I have heard news of some of the villagers' beliefs regarding Gehn. Soon after we trapped Gehn on Riven, he claimed that he was responsible for the daggers, placing them around the island as a reminder of their failure. In the village circles, it is told that this was a punitive act performed by Gehn to mark the beginning of a period of restitution, at the end of which, if they have proven their devotion to him, they will be delivered unto a new and better existence. I will continue to try to reach them. The door is open. Gehn is free. Gehn has the ability to create working books. In fact, he had written one age before I arrived, but has kept his accomplishment so well hidden that only his closest ministers were until now aware. I'm not sure. Perhaps he has written others. Other news. A few years ago, before the Moiety were forced into hiding, one of them managed to steal what appeared to be a test book that Gehn had intended to destroy. It had been partially written, but did not work. They didn't tell me about it until now because they thought it was useless. Back then, none of Gehn's books worked, but instead of correcting the problem at its source, he blamed it on the impure wood of the Riven forest and proceeded to engineer a cumbersome mechanical remedy, a complex series of domes to heal his book's inherent flaws. One of the consequences of this crude solution, however, was that the domes demanded huge amounts of energy, and the related problems delayed his success for quite some time. At last, however, he finished his work and was finally able to link to an age. But he kept his success extremely well hidden. However, for some reason or another, belligerent pride, he has made modifications to the domes which make it obvious that he's using the domes to breathe life into his half-dead books. Perhaps he means to lure me into using the books in the domes. He can't believe that we would blindly swallow the suicidal... What the fuck does that say? H-A-D? He can't believe that we would blindly swallow the suicidal bait, maybe? But he wouldn't know that we have one of his books, the stolen Burnt Book. There's a possibility of... Have read Burnt Book. Age it describes would be unsuitable as new home for the Moiety. Must be modified. I will dream. have requested a group to solve combination that will open the domes. Once open, we can power the burnt book. I do not think Gehn will interfere. He will leave the bait. And here's your plans for the Moiti Age of Tay. I have begun writing the Moiti's Age. Now must acquire second book from Gehn. There is tension. A strain blurs my vision, and nightmares. Nila and Ete stay close. Much has happened. Almost everything is prepared. We have stolen another book, but I am concerned. Gehn will miss it. We have also discovered the combinations for entering the domes, but we have not discovered the method for powering them. By powering our burnt book with Gehn's domes, we will be able to link to this age. But we will only have access to the domes for a short time before we are discovered. Therefore, we can only use the domes once. I must find another way to make the books work. The gateway images in Gehn's books and our burnt book all seem to share the same sickness. If they are not powered, the images are black. It may be possible to clear the vision with only will-write substance into the Moiti Age. This is Catherine being a genius. She's like, oh, I need something that doesn't exist. I'll write an age where it exists. All is ready. Now all we can do is wait for word from the Moiti-esque, who are on the lookout for Gehn to power and use the domes. When he does that, we will have access to one of Gehn's domes just long enough. After linking to the age which I've written, I only have to locate the book window substance and refine or adapt it. Laying this window over the gateway image should heal the books and make them work. This will allow me to use the second stolen book and return to Riven with more of the book windows. We will then no longer have to rely on Gehn's clumsy domes. I laugh at these plans. I sound like Atrus. I'm risking my life, but I feel no fear, only anxiety. Perhaps it is the source of my nightmares. The fissure, like a great wound, is opened. It stains the riven soil with blood. I hold the Moiti knife. The voices grow so loud. For their part, the Moiti have complete faith that I will accomplish my task and lead them to a better world. It is the fulfillment of their prophecy. But they are also fearful and tense. I don't know what they will think or do if I fail. It is done. It seems so too good to be true. I feel like it's all still a dream. We have already evacuated all of the Moiti to this new age. It is beautiful, and I am pleased. At last, my people will live in safety and comfort. They stand under the bare sky, unafraid, and dazzled by their freedom. They are happy. They have named it Tay. There's still much to be done. We are not protected yet. The only way to completely safeguard this place is to destroy the book which links to here from Riven. But I do not know how to even bring this up to the Moiti. They will be extremely reluctant about destroying their only link to Riven. I share this hesitation. I would be cutting off my only connection. But for their sake, it must be done. I am anxious to know if our activities have aroused Gehn's suspicions. If so, we must act quickly. Even so, I feel that now we are impregnable. Tomorrow I will return to Riven to see Gehn's reaction for myself. But tonight, I finally rest. Well, we saw his reaction. He managed to capture her. Said that she was crazy. Oh, this must be Eti. Or maybe Nila? One of Catherine's old friends.
Sirapo. Ibuko mo buko wisipo. Na vene. Tapa mo revene beno. Now, Katarina ne. Wisifa polo ya sepe yai.
I think that was Please Help Catherine. Look at this. A linking book back to Riven. Remarkable. Also, you would never would have guessed that this was covered in water. But you can actually see the reflection of the stones in it. What I originally thought was light coming out from underneath down here is actually just the light of the room being reflected in the water, and these dark areas are the backs of these stones. Kind of wild, huh? Well, we've got it now. We have our trap book. So we basically have the tools that we need in order to succeed now. All we need to do is somehow convince Gehn to use it, find the combination to free Catherine, and then send the signal to Atrus. All the Moiety have already evacuated to Tay. I don't know if... I don't know. And then the other thing is the descriptive book that's in the back here that links to Tay. That's like so crucial. This puzzle is the only thing protecting it. Basically just counting on the fact that Gehn would never have like a proper understanding of his people or their culture. Or of these people and their culture. Anyway, there's the dome up there. So let's take a walk around and go up to it. It's the biggest puzzle that we have left now is how in the world are we going to convince Gehn to go into the trap? It's also interesting that he makes a fairly decent argument for, you know, giving him another chance. I mean, what was his charge? Being a giant asshole to the people whose worlds he created? I guess a few murders? And then attempted murder? So, you know. Oh, also, look. If you go up here, you can look... Oops. You can look down into this area and see the stairs and stuff. And if you go back here, one of these places... Where is it? There's a spot that you can look down, and it's like, ooh, spooky. Yeah, I can't find it now. Anyway, let's get into that dome. I love that the way that they figured out the password was just trying everything. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have that job. It would take a long time to guess a combination that uses a 25 too. There's a count up through a lot of combinations. Alright, I'm going to save my game, and then we'll head back to the 233rd age. Alright, let's do this.
Well done. I was greatly relieved when I received word that you had recovered the book. I don't quite know how you managed it, but if I may. Thank you.
He seems a little suspicious.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
Alright, see you there again. And thus we imprison ourselves. But we know the rules of how this prison book works. If he follows, he'll take our place. And here we are. Luckily, Gehn was outside the cage when he linked in. What's crazy is now, if we wanted to get one of the bad endings, we could go through ourselves again and let him back out. But we done it! We captured Gehn! Okay, I don't know what that is. Let's see if we can't make things a little more accessible around here, shall we? Nice. Get another linking platform with a cage on it. This looks like the book Gehn is working on for the 234th age, if I had to guess. Can't read the rest of the pages, unfortunately. Pretty neat. And there's his pipe. It's too bad he didn't take that with him into the prison. Like a bowl of soup. Oh, this fancy pen with the extremely valuable ink. The ink is actually stored in this Scribe hopper. Not because its scarabs are important to Riven, but because they were a part of the original ink development process in Dunny. And it's sort of the symbol of the scarab became associated with the ink, which is likely why scarabs were written into Riven in the first place. Okay, I guess we can go outside. No, we can't go outside. I guess Gehn had the key with him. I don't know if there'd be much for us to do outside anyway. Considering. Can I look out a window? Not really. Alright. Well, the obvious other path is down, down, down. And here we have it. Gehn's private living quarters on the 233rd age. By the way, there's a common Easter egg people cite that this guy right here, this is a person. Nope, it's just a trick of the light. These rocks are actually pretty far away and quite large, so that guy would be like 100 feet tall. Anyway.
Tagamem, san potegan shem. Vasi.
Oh my god. He has a recording of his dead wife. They really make you feel for the guy once you get down here. And look at this. To Gehn, my husband and my scholar, I something myself of the love that rescued me. Yeah, that's another picture of his wife. And this is a picture of his father, who was a member of the Dunny Society, full-blooded Dunny. You can see that from the really small pupils. It's one of the signs of Dunny blood. And also, he's not a Confederate general as much as it looks like it. It's a musical instrument here. Remarkable. His bed. Oh, look at this. Got a nasty rainwater sink. Love it. Nice Rivenese carpet. Got any secrets here again? No, he doesn't have anything under his mattress. He's not quite that simple. Oh, changes his clothes. Fork and spoon. And another journal. I start this latest journal with astounding news. Catherine has returned to the Fifth Age. And though it sets my teeth on edge to say it, she has also vanished as quickly as she appeared, stolen from me by the rebels. As my guard tells it, she linked into the Fisher Plateau cage, as I'd guessed, when suddenly he was set upon by a band of rebels who darted him and spirited her away. I suspect the truth of the matter was that he was so dumbfounded at actually witnessing someone link in after all this time that he presented an easy target for whichever rebel happened by at that moment. The damnable luck of it! He did get a good enough look at her, though, to verify that it was indeed Catherine. He also claims that he inspected all of her belongings and found no linking book on her person, a fact which, if true, makes the question of why she's returned here all the more puzzling. While I'm sick with frustration at having lost the only quarry that cage has ever caught, I'm also filled with hope. She may yet provide me with a way back to Dunny. It is true that I've managed, despite overwhelming odds, to break free of the confines of the Fifth Age and resume my mission to save my culture from extinction, but I fear that unless I am able to regain access to the vast resources that lie in the city's ruins, the task of reconstructing that great civilization will be impossible. If Catherine did bring a linking book with her, then I am halfway there. If not, then she is trapped in the Fifth Age, and I can assume that my emotionally crippled son will soon be along to rescue her. Either way, it is crucial to my plans that I find her soon. Her presence here now forces me to take the rebels more seriously. I should never have permitted them to survive this long. Once again, the Great Walk has demonstrated its usefulness to me. This past week, the villages have made it most difficult to manage. Apparently, they have learned of Catherine's arrival, and their fear of this mythic beast has been all that has kept them in line. Had I known how truly useful these prodigious creatures would prove to be, I would have perhaps captured more of them while the local population was still plentiful. Although, to be sure, if these disturbances continue, my current pets will be in no danger of perishing for lack of nourishment. The search for Catherine continues. I now deeply regret my mistake of having ever taught these primitive people anything at all about the books. It seems that with each passing day, I more sorely realize the extent to which they were not ready for that knowledge, not even the simplified manner in which I had presented it to them. Their minds, adapted only to the exceptionally menial tasks of village life, were incapable of comprehending the art in all its complexity, and thus were unable to extract the essential underlying principles that are, ironically, so elegantly simple. It is obvious that much of the discord that exists between us stems from their failure to grasp the full meaning of the information I gave them. If they'd been able to gain even the smallest glimpse of the future I'd planned for them, then this conflict would not exist. Interestingly, in the backstory, Gehn, when he's raising Atrus and teaching him about writing, teaches him that only those with Dunny blood can produce books, and that for anyone else that the art simply doesn't work, which is straight up a lie, which Atrus finds out when he goes to the first age that Catherine wrote. The minds of children are much more malleable. With the proper instruction, they have developed a more appropriate posture towards the culture that gave them their lives. At times, they take to it almost as if they had a bit of Dunny blood in them. Given the natives' inborn limitations, however, I'm quite careful that none gain a level of understanding that would permit them to sin against their future the way that Catherine did. How foolish I was to think that she could contain such knowledge responsibly, when it was quite clear that my own son could not. Atrus. He still remains one of my greatest disappointments of my life. I should never have left him with my mother. By the time I'd returned for him, he had already been poisoned as to all thoughts of the Dunny. Perhaps it was the only way that she could rationalize the fact that she had been responsible for the collapse of their civilization. So much destruction, so many great lives lost. The guilt must have been unbearable. I do have vague recollections of the love she had for my father and for our world, but ultimately she was an outsider, whose ignorance of the Dunny became the catalyst for their demise. If I am able to rebuild our culture, and in the process correct such crucial weaknesses, then perhaps what she did was ultimately necessary, in order that a new era of prosperity might one day come to pass. These last few weeks, I have found myself frequently beset by images from the past. As I stood in the schoolroom today, I was reminded of my own childhood, the years I spent in the Bookmakers Guild, Father's immense pride at each of my small accomplishments there. He was an important man in the Dunny world, but I can't bear to think of him for long. It's too much. I was too young to see such a thing. I've got her! Late last night I received word that Catherine was in the village attempting to persuade the people to join her. I lost 2 good men in the process, but I would have paid 100 times that number for such a prize. She's been taken to the prison island, where I've been attempting to gain some insight as to the reason for her presence here. I've had to fight the all but constant impulse to put her on the gallows. She has adopted the most infuriating stance of only answering my questions, when she answers them at all, in her native tongue. Even so, she is a poor liar. I am now quite certain that her return to Riven was unintentional, and that she brought no linking book with her. As far as her unwillingness to share with me the location of the moiety, we shall see. Without their leader, however, they are once again powerless against me. If Catherine's coming here was indeed an accident, then Atrus is bound to come for her. That is a given. The question I must now consider is, how will he do it? It is likely that his hesitation has been due, at least in part, to this dilemma. One way or another, though, he'll have to bring a linking book to get back to Dunny. There is no other way. And these next entries are scrawled in a more shaky hand and tear-stained paper. It's late and I cannot sleep. I've lost so much in my life. My people, my father, my son, and you, my wife, Gita. You were the only true kindness I've ever known. Watching you flicker there in the imager, I sometimes wonder if you were real. If I could restore your life with my pen, I would do so in an instant, and leave the rest of the world to their own wretched fate. Damn these savages! I would be well advised to leave them all in the 5th Age and begin again with a clean sheet of paper. A stranger has arrived on Riven with a linking book to Dunny, and once again my useless minion was overtaken by the rebels. From what little I could decipher from his muddled explanation, it apparently occurred sometime this morning. The cage has been damaged, but it is no matter. Everything I need is here now. Atrus is certainly behind this. Yet, how could he be so foolish as to send someone here with a linking book? Such blatancy is unlike him. Could it be that he has had a change of heart? After all these years, is he finally letting his poor old father go? No. He's only after one thing. Perhaps he should find her. For now, I only need to wait and observe. And now we have no doubt whatsoever that Gehn is still the murdering racist asshole he once was, and that he has no intention of making up with his son or living peacefully in the multiverse. And thus his imprisonment must continue in some form or another. Oh, it's a watch. Look at that. And let's observe the sound pattern it makes here. Ah, my back scratcher! And I shall attempt to write it down. Alright, well, we've captured Gehn, and we've now acquired what sounds like a password, if you ask me. Ha-ha! Let's go free Catherine. We are moments away from our great success. It is a shame, though, that this 233rd age will be a victim of our success, considering we're not going to be bringing any of the linking books to it with us. I love how the image explodes onto the paper, like it's being powered from within. I think it's delightful. Oops. We just linked in. We don't want to go back. Beautiful. Look at that GIF. Also really enjoy the look of this little house. And yeah, look at this. It's the stump of the great tree. I do like that Tay has managed to like recapture that. So I believe Clunk was on the left and Ding was on the right. Oh shit, look at that. Even when it's open, the cage acts like an airlock. And at this point, there's really no rush. With Gehn captured, his agents will be aimless.
We have to move quickly. Gehn's people may already know what's happening. Once we're back with the moiety, we'll have time to regroup. Can I see the book? You did it. We're all free. You captured Gehn. But there's still his followers. I'm not sure what I'll do once I realize he's gone. I'll have to get the villagers to safety as soon as possible. You go back to the Temple Island and reopen the fissure. I know it's risky, but it's the only way to signal Atrus. I'll try to make it back there as soon as I can, but don't wait for me. Don't forget, the portal combination's in my journal. Good luck.
They really designed the plot of this game so that you wouldn't have to be around other NPCs for long periods of time. They always have some excuse or some reason to go somewhere else and do something else. Now I'm wondering if they paid attention to detail, and now the dome should be upside down and spinning again. Hello? Where's my mouse? There we go. Because if she used it... Yep. Look at that. Ugh, man, it's hard to see through this one. Come on, Viewmaster. There we go. Of course, we have to use the book to get back, as there's no other way to get to this island. It's sort of weird that the Rivenese don't just have, you know, boats. We're getting around quickly now that we have access to Gehn's other age, giving us a shortcut between these distant islands. I guess at some point here I can check in her journal and write down the combination. Now let's see. Oh yeah, she took the book with her. All we have is Atrus's journal and Catherine's journal. I do enjoy the way that this is drawn, and like the sort of rough theoretical explanations of how these magic technologies work. There it is. Alright, let's write it down, shall we? It's a 3, a 1, a 5, a 3, a 4. And I'll just write it in Roman or Arabic numerals instead of dunny. Oh, and there was also a stop. They discovered a small mechanical stop to prevent the scope from hitting the portal window. Okay. The cage is back. So we need to go back to the Temple Island, which is the 5 square one. Here. I do love a good flyover. I love that they end up in these beautiful, like, looping animations where the dome is spinning faster than the camera. It also kind of makes sense that the blinking books in this age sound different than the other ones, because they're all different kinds of books. They're not written in like the old dunny style. They're ad hoc and powered by these domes and crystals and things that just weren't there in other ages. All right, let's go pay a visit to the Starfisher, shall we? Looks like the elevator may have returned back up. Made a lot of noise. Oh, no, you know what? Now that I think about it, I'm going to send that back up because I think, yeah, you can look underneath it and there's a little drain here. No idea why they bothered to put that view in, but it's there. We're very close to success now. So let's go back out to where we started. I do enjoy the who did this? What the hell? I do enjoy the book ending of it all. It's nice that the game leads us to a conclusion right at the same spot where we started. That in itself gives it a nice sort of symmetry. Alright, here we are. The big dagger. And the Starfisher. Okay, so we were told there's a stop. Oh. Okay. I don't see how that would stop anything, because if it's going down this chute, this should just get pushed out of the way. But okay, we'll undo that. And then, oh, we can open this now. 31534. Sure enough. Whoa. And I don't see anything. Look at that. I'm seeing a bit of a glare on the glass. I think if we get closer... No, it's a little bit of a glare. There we go. Now that it's touching the glass. And there's one of those cloud-like expanses that moves across it. The desktop background for your collection. Beautiful. Alright. We've captured Gehn. Check. We've rescued Catherine. Check. Now it's time to signal Atrus. Thank God the linking platform is still there.
isn't much time. Where's Catherine? Where's the book?
Atrus!
I don't...
The villagers are safely in the Rebel Age. I thank you.
As do I. You've accomplished more than I could have hoped for. You've given me back my life. The path home is now clear for all of us. This is where our paths must part. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. You know where to find me.
Atrus, what are you doing there, bud?
Goodbye, my friend. Now I understand. Endings and beginnings are within the fissure. That Riven cleft of stars that acts as both a wall and a bridge. And though I am unable to understand how, the very flow of stars that brought my mist book into worthy hands, I am sure served as a safe passage home for my friend. The age of Riven is closed forever, but the people of Riven are free. And now I am at rest, understanding that in books and ages and life, the ending can never truly be written.
Not as good as the intro from Myst, but, you know, you get points for trying it. And that, my friends, is Riven. I do hope you enjoyed it. I love the twist ending that throwing you into the fissure is actually him sending you home, which is pretty great. Tony Fryman, production manager, that was the guy in the white robes that ran away from us at the map island. Isn't that funny? I also haven't mentioned it, but Rand Miller, one of the two creators of Myst, plays Atrus. And Robin Miller, his brother, was the face of Cirrus in the first game, and he also did the soundtrack. So they're kind of a talent duo. John Keston, of course, starring as Gehn. He gives a delightful performance. Yeah, see, Gehn Scribe, Girl in Jungle, Whitey Scout. I love it. I wonder what Girl in Jungle is doing these days. So there's a number of other bad endings that you can get. There's some obvious ones, like letting Gehn out of the book after you've trapped him. Obviously, he's going to be pissed. Things like cracking the fissure before you're ready. Basically, if you do that without capturing Gehn, or you do that without rescuing Catherine, or both. And then there's a few other ones. A few other ways that you can screw it up. You can trap yourself in the trap book before taking it to Gehn. That's interesting. And that can happen in two different places, actually. Because if you do it on Tay, then the rebels just kind of keep you there. Like, oh, look at the idiot. I guess he lives in a book now. But if you do it on Riven, then his people will take the book to him. And you'll see him looking in like, it was a trap book. Or something. So, let's go through and look at some of those, shall we? Okay, here is a save from very early in the game. I haven't even left Temple Island yet. But the combination for the fissure is the same in every playthrough. So we can look into the future in Catherine's diary that we haven't found yet. And it will indeed work. So the combination is randomized every playthrough, but once you have it for a given save, you can load an earlier save and the combination will still be there. Like, it's generated at the start, not when you get the journal. So at this point, we're basically went into Riven, looked around, decided we were scared, and we're going to signal Atrus without rescuing Catherine, without capturing Gehn, without even discovering Tay. Here, having failed in all regards and turn tail and run, I don't believe we get the voiceover from Atrus saying, "Oh, the stars took my friend home." There you have it. Let me... Can I load a save, please? It won't let me until the cutscene ends. Can you imagine just doing that, falling into the fissure, and then going, oh, no, I don't think that was the good ending. Whoa, there's a new cutscene. Just came up on the temple from the far side. Whoa! While, from another island. And we actually get to see one of Gehn's messages playing in the giant imager. Wild. Okay. Okay, in this ending, we're going to open the Star Fissure after retrieving the trap book, but before trapping Gehn, and before rescuing Catherine, obviously. So you can't rescue Catherine until after Gehn is captured. Interestingly, this cutscene starts the exact same way as the good one.
There isn't much time. Where's Catherine? The book is empty. I don't understand.
You never did.
Father.
Father! I am no longer your father because you are no longer my son. I don't know what you thought you were doing, but thank you. I finally am free.
Dang. You get the credits anyway. In this ending, we refuse to use the linking book first, because it's a trap book. And Gehn gets steadily more annoyed. You can see him, like, just resisting the urge to put his hand on the panel straight away.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
No, you.
Apparently you need more time to decide. Please understand, there is nothing I want more than a chance to resolve matters between Atrus and myself, especially in light of what has become of Catherine. But unless you are willing to demonstrate to me that your intentions are honorable, I cannot risk it. The sanctuary I've been writing for the islanders is nearly complete. After all these years, it would be a shame if I were unable to finish it. The work I am doing is quite demanding. Please don't signal me unless you've decided to use the book. The switch will reset itself once you link from here.
And there he goes, back to whatever it was he was doing out there. So the first time he's like, yeah, all right. You need more time to decide. I get it. And I believe, yeah, we can't. It's already pressed. So we have to link away. And then link back. Now that we're back, we can press the button again. And Gehn will return. Offer us the book once more. We'll have to refuse it 3 times. And if you take him up immediately or on the second try, you get the,
I'm relieved you've returned.
me too. You can get the same good ending.
I thought perhaps you had decided against it. Here, I shall follow you directly.
What's funny is he's actually true.
Please.
And no, I won't use it.
You're free to go. But I think you should not come back unless you're willing to use the book.
Even more curt the second time. Okay. And once again, we link away. Link back. And now we are in a position to refuse for yet a 3rd time. And you can even use the book on this 3rd time. But if you refuse a 3rd time, that's when you get the different ending.
All right then, once more. The only path open to you now is through this book. Take it. I have changed. There was a time when I might have let you live. I made that mistake with Atrus once. It's a pity you decided not to give me a second chance. Well, there's still time.
Damn. I like how he even says the only path remaining to you is through this book, which is to say, use it or I will kill you.
All right then, once more.
In this case, we'll use the book. We'll have Gehn trapped for an ending or two.
The only path open to you now is through this book. Take it.
And we'll get the same cutscene where we see Gehn following us and trapping himself in the book. You notice he brings his gun with him. Alright, now Gehn is trapped, and we have some options from here. In this ending, we've captured Gehn, but have failed to save Catherine.
Where's Catherine? I don't understand. You've captured Gehn, but why did you signal me? There's no time left. The age is collapsing. I've got to get back before it's too late. Your way is clear. You're free to go home. Farewell, my friend.
A much more somber take on the Starfisher will get you home dialogue.
So much work. Gehn is at last defeated, but the price of this defeat is dear. The people of Riven must try to hang on to a world which is dying. And I am sentenced to the futile task of nursing Riven's fatal wounds. Of Catherine, I will never know her fate.
Damn, definitely not a good ending. Let's try something else. In this ending, you're an idiot and use the trap book after you've trapped Gehn in it.
I don't know exactly why you released me, but you realize, of course, that this must be the end for you. I can't take the chance that you will change your mind again. It may provide you with some solace, however, to know that with this act of self-sacrifice, you have secured your place in history. The Dani culture will be reborn. The lives of millions will be purified. Thanks to you. Farewell.
Ooh, whoops. Yeah. Oh, the music comes in. Oh, it's so great. Bang. In this ending, we can return to Tay and actually get a look around without being darted. So we can get a better look at this return book to Riven, powered by one of the crystals, of course, with a statue of Gehn with about 1 million daggers in it. Delightful. And I guess while we're hanging out here, we can just go ahead and let Gehn out, because he's not going to find Tay any other way, is he?
It appears that the moiety and I will finally be able to discuss our differences face to face. I don't know exactly why you released me, but you realize, of course, that this must be the end for you. I can't take the chance that you will change your mind again. It may provide you with some solace, however, to know that with this act of self-sacrifice, you have secured your place in history. The Dunny culture will be reborn, and the lives of millions will be purified. Thanks to you. Farewell.
I love it. It's basically the same message, except he's also excited that he gets to kill the Moiety. What an asshole. And here's the ending you get if you use the trap book after Gehn has sent you to go and find it.
I see you found the book. Thank you for returning it to me. It seems, however, circumstances have changed. I'm afraid my reunion with Atrus will have to wait. I'd so been looking forward to seeing him. Well, there's still time.
Alright, here we are in the Moiety prison, and we've just been presented with the trap book and Catherine's journal. If we have now somehow forgotten that this is a trap book and not a linking book back to Dunny, and we foolishly use it, we get this ending.
No, mate. Nel senso, io non credo come poco si può.
Freitag.
The Moiety burned the book. One can only assume that in that ending, without Catherine's guidance, the Moiety basically just stayed in their age without Catherine until Riven collapses and their link to it is lost. Kind of dark, and also a hilariously dumb bad ending. Alright, in this ending, we're just gonna... We got the trap book back from Moiety, from the Moiety in Tay, and we haven't actually met Gehn yet. We did it in the other order. And we're still just as dumb, we're gonna use it. Poor Joe. That is the guy from the beginning of the game. Joe, by the way. Imagine this being the way you meet Gehn.
Forgive me. I don't believe we've met. I am Gehn, and you must be the one whom Atrus sent to trap me. I don't know where you got the brilliant idea to trap yourself in the book, but I must tell you that I am quite disappointed that it is you and not Atrus who must now pay the price for this foolishness. My one wish before I die would be to see him finally assume some responsibility for his actions. will happen one day. In the meantime, you have my sins.
Damn. Yeah, another dumb ending. So many ways to trap yourself in the book, or get shot by Gehn, or signal at the wrong time. It's delightful. And I do believe that it's a comprehensive list of all the bad endings, except, of course, for the worst ending, which is you get stuck on a puzzle and never finish the game. Always an option. I think at this point I've basically shown you everything I wanted to show you as far as all the weird endings go. I do enjoy the canon ending where you rescue Catherine, trap Gehn, signal Atrus, and end up back in that starry expanse, supposedly on your way home. It's interesting to think that if the Mist Book fell there, you might land back home someday too. Even though apparently it took 30 years the first time, based on the fact that the next game does not take place 30 years in the future again, you must return home somewhat more quickly. And all the more interestingly, the Mist linking book that you used in the first game ought to still be there. So you have a path back to Mist if you want to take it. And presumably that is how you end up back in contact with Atrus and in the events of the third game, which I will be playing next. I'm very excited about it. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed another very long, relaxed video. And until next time, farewell, safe sailing, don't forget to wear your helmets, always wear a condom, even if you're not having sex, and goodbye.